Wabu imneku truck bu aja. Kapi go here there. Because one malugo na anya ndị mmadụ dị ebe ọ nọ n'ebe nọ nso nkwa nọ. So no by accident go get use. Mana chukwu agara ekwa na ege egbu nwanne anyị. Nso nkwa uche gị dị ya. Eme ihe nje kwuli ha. Hope ụzọ dị mma na art Rambo n'Imo State.
Yeah.
Agbago m unu before na Hope ụzọ dị mma na onye ushi ka ọwụ. Ekpiri maka ọwụ. Oje go kwuo ndị Facebook ụgwọ ikwuru ana maka Hope ụzọ dị mma abandụ ọgụ. Ọkwa bunyere ha ego. Eh? Mgbe na-anya ka ngosi unu. Na-anya ka ngosi unu. This day newspaper Nigeria. This day na-anya ka ngosi unu Nigeria. Eh? It says here, shocking, Uzodinma declares free marriage between Fulani settlers and Imo ladies. Okay? The same page you Obieba, Osi, near here. Obia here say, plateau violence, doctors suspend strike due to overwhelming emergencies. Now they had the same page you call now. But the Facebook, Agbara this plateau issue is not fake. But the Facebook about to hope Uzodinma that is fake. Obunyego ego. Mbane nanya. Nene nanya. Olu no mume onya ba no so. Ihe abo about the news. E post na Facebook. Na post Facebook kuchienya sino false information. The same false information was checked in the another post by independent fact checkers. Is a lie. Fact checkers. Gaban on the fact checkers Facebook. Sino ha Imo State. Kaga na nke nwanna anyị nwoke anụma. Ka amalụ ma ọ bụ the truth ka ọ bụ fake information. Kedu ya Ugochinyere. Kedu. Nene ya Ugochinyere. Hope Uzodinma agaga mu obi ọkụ. Join on Facebook ma ọ false information kan ka awukwu. Ka imalụ. Who is onye in charge of security na Imo State? Hope Uzodinma. Onya nwa jem onye ọkụ. Insecurity in Imo State or Hope Uzodinma nyawa create ile. Imo State was peaceful during the time of Rocha for Kolocha. During the time of Kediha na Abo Emeki Hedioha. Till Hope Uzodinma bia violent bido. Because it's a back door where that I know she call. This guy na abu one day nwoke bu Ugochinyere. I'm one of the oku. Buo nwanne ye nwoke. Ndị Igbo ebe ka unu nọ. Na-enekwa na ya anya o. Gaa nu jụọ Facebook. Ndị ma asụ oyibo. Delu no Facebook jụọ nya ma nke anụnwa. Ọ bụkwa first information ka ọ. Bụ na ebe onye ọwara n'anya. Nekwu ya. Ifụlụ ya? Ịnafụ nọ. Ifụlụ ka ụnọ na-ekpoto na-enwu ọkụ. Ihe a bụ be Ugochinyere. Ifụlụ ya? Ifụlụ ya? Una na afia? Una afia?
All right, my brother, you have made your point, and we know that we have a lot in our hand in Imo State. In Imo State will able to talk more at this time, because of TN office and Hope Uzodinma. Hope Uzodinma was criminal from beginning. He was born a criminal. He's going to die a criminal. There's nothing anybody can do. Unfortunately, the likes of Ugochinyere, these are people that are supposed to come out, once in a while to say something. Because, like I said, evil by his name, it will leave you alone. Before John name, he made chikoron. He now pass a comment here where he's not. Well, what comes out of it, everything with consequences. When you are not straightforward and be able to call evil by its name, of course it will eventually escalate. It's not going to end. If I need the way, the patients that we are giving in, what's his name again? Suludo Haneja say, give him Nnamdi Kanu, I will sign shorty for him. You don't need to tell us that. We don't care about your shorty. Go to hell. We need you to go out there and tell government, listen, you are wrong for keeping these people. That's what I will call honesty. Stop deceiving yourself. I take Nnamdi Kanu on bail. Bail from which court? The court has already released the man. Why are you taking him on bail? Caller, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Yes, good afternoon from here, my veteran.
Welcome to the program.
Brother, thank you very much. Thank you. Happy New Year to you and all Biafrans. This is my first call to your program in this year. So I have to say Happy New Year to you and blessed New Year and fulfilling 2023 to all of us.
Thank you.
My brother, before I go on, my name is Ifan Chukwuma and I'm calling from the Netherlands. Before I go on, the guy, we had his voice threatening Ugochi in a phone call. His hope was the mass attack dog called the Chinas and Lameri.
Okay.
So I've listened to it in the, I just want to clarify it so that nobody will accuse us of, I'm saying this.
Yes.
So it is the dog, the fratricidal morals they are using to decimate our land, kill our people, and then they tag it on ESN.
Yes.
But in this case, even themselves know it among themselves, and they say it, and even the police, federal government police, like Nigeria, they know what is going on. Dave Mahi and the rest of them are doing the job for which they are planted in Biafra land.
Yes.
Forget any election. No, they are planted on the condition and the agreement that they do a particular job. And the whole purpose of them is in overdrive to do that job, even more than the call of duty of his paymasters. Otherwise, how can you start telling us that free marriage between Fulani and the Biafrans or Igbos? What the hell is that? If somebody who has said that he has common sense, just common sense, you don't need to be a scientist or a professor or a common sensical Igbo man or Biafran or Nigerian for that matter. Indigenous people of Nigeria or in Nigeria, you see what Fulani is doing from the corner to the middle belt to the south into the Biafra land of the latest mega massacre in Iramufu. After seeing this, somebody is still trying to bring these people more, bring them in, give them settlement, tell us to marry them, and these people know us very well, the Fulanis, but they are using our people to destroy us. Why am I saying this? They know that if you are married into a family in our value system, in our culture, you become part of the family.
Yeah.
And therefore, the family will protect you. And that is why they are making all their level effort, the utmost effort to interwoven us with them, and then they will start. Of course, they are doing it already, killing our people, to displace our people. The people of Ihamufu we see in IDP camp now, they are everywhere, and the IDPs that are full from parts in the Biafra land, and then to Benue and to Nasarawa and to Southern Kaduna and the rest of places in Nigeria. Even some of Yoruba people are still in the Republic IDP camp. The people they killed in our war. So what we are saying here is that let's not look at these people as our people. They have sold their soul. Of course, we have to be civil to them and try to talk to those who want to talk to us. But we must know that there's one and all, and they are on duty to fulfill the targets of their paymaster to take our land. And again, Uzodinma is trying to eliminate every opposition, be it political opposition like his fellow Nigerian politicians like Ugochinyere Imo. The only crime Ugochinyere committed is that he said release Mazi Iyke according to the ruling or order of the appeal court.
Yes.
And they cannot promote it. They want to silence all those political Nigerian politicians who can say, hey, this is not right, let's go by the rule of law. Ugochinyere didn't declare for Biafra. He just said, let's do what the court says. Yeah. What offense is in that? Yeah. But this will show you that they want to silence the politicians who can say this is not right, and they want to equally and even to a greater extent silence the Biafra agitators, because they have people in Guinea, people in Mili, and then they want to be drinking from their Guinea. Yeah. And anybody who says let's clean our river so that everybody can draw water, they want to kill them because they want people to be coming and begging them to get from their private spring.
Yeah.
And this is what Thomas Sankara said. He said that he prefers drinking water, good drinking water, for the majority, for everybody,
yep,
instead of the highest costing champagne for the few. And that is what IPOB is striving for, and that is what Nnamdi Kanu is striving for, and that is why Nnamdi Kanu, Amadike, that's why he's in dungeon, that's why they are torturing him, that's why they are starving him, that's why they refuse to give him medication, and by the grace of Socio-political drama, that's why he refused to give up. Because if you want to get out of this, you would have gotten out of there maybe 30th of June last year. He took doing what they said, but God brought him for a purpose. He said it himself on our radio that the reason he was born was to restore Biafra. So our people, let's not be dismayed, let's not be tired. Let's continue. Yes. They will be tired. Those who deviate will come back. Our road and their road will meet because they are on highway to nowhere. We know where we are going. We are going to our fatherland, our motherland, and by the grace of God and the land of Biafra and the God of heaven, our cause is just. Our road may be tortuous. Our load, the heavy road we are carrying may be tedious. But our cause is just, and God of heaven will justify himself by giving us independent and the sovereign republic of Biafra.
Thank you.
God bless Biafra. Thank you, my brother.
God bless you. Thank you very much. We're still talking about patience, Nnamdi.
The supreme leader of indigenous people of Biafra is Mazi Iyke, Mazi Nnamdi. One cannot be two. Sunlight production. Show face on the microphone. Shalom Ibrahim. Shalom Muchineke. We are getting there. It's a matter of time. Shalom. Bosom. You know me say I go say my right for you, Nigeria. Bosom. You know me say I don't know myself again. Hey, the love I have for Biafra take over my heart. It's burning like fire. Biafra is my heart desire. I want her like Messiah. Nnamdi Kanu is Messiah. My love, oh. I'm ready to do anything for you, my love. I'm ready to do everything for you, my love. I will make you my canton. I will make you my cashier. Just be patient, my love. Oh, oh, oh. Be patient, my love. Oh, be patient, my dear. Patient, never relent. Oh, just remain resolute. Oh, Biafra, come. I want to go full. I go package for you. Yeah, go manage your baby. Be patient, my love. Biafra is the road. Be patient, never relent. A lot of people could not pay their house rent again in Nigeria. A lot of people could not feed their children again here in Nigeria. A lot of people could not fuel their cars again and make their car again. A lot of people could not eat food again. For this government, prosperity in Nigeria is not genuine. That's the reason why the masses are suffering. More they are dying, more politicians are going higher. Prosperity in Nigeria is all about evil. Homo Biafra, Homo Juku Wabiama. We are entitled to fight this evil. Let's come together and support our supreme leader and crumble this evil. Oh Nigeria, be patient, my lord. Be patient, never relent. Biafra record. I wanna go full. I go package for you. You know go manage again. Be patient, my lord. Sick the love of your be patient, never relent.
Yeah, very good advice. Patience in DDK, as you will say, but we are getting there. The road might be very convoluting, but you know something, in the end, Biafra will come. And because Biafra, for us, is our hope. Anybody who thinks that we're not doing it, they're not doing the right thing, well, you are free to do whatever you think you want to do. But for us, Biafra is the ultimate. Ugochinyere, it's unfortunate that what happened to him, and he's a society that they have over the years overlooked. Nobody has called that Satan by his name, because when the Supreme Court will just go in there and pick somebody who's number 4 in an election and make him the governor, and everybody's quiet. Everybody is quiet, especially in our region. These things happen and they look at it like as if it's nothing. Like I said, even the day the man was coming back to Imo State, there were people there out there ready to receive him, ready to accord him welcome, our new governor. But today they are speaking up and the man is showing them exactly what he is. Ugochinyere spoke about our leader. Ugochinyere is not a member of IPOB. For once, at least he's never declared. He's a Biafran, yes. But he has never declared he's IPOB. He never declared support in what we are doing. He's a Nigerian. He's a one Nigerianist. But look at what happened to him. Just because he spoke on behalf of our leader, he had his opinion. He didn't say he's begging. He said, even though he said he's begging, that is very annoying too. When you say you are begging somebody to give you your right, something that fella say, human right, I cannot beg you to give me human right. Your right is your right. The man that you should be begging you is the man that is put you there. That's the man that should beg you to forgive him for putting you there. Not you begging him to let you go. You can't dash me human right. That's what fella said, and that makes a lot of sense. So Ludo is out there crying, give it to me, I'm going to sign shorty for him. We don't need your damn shorty. Go to hell, my friend. Our leader will come out. When the time comes, he's going to walk a free man, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. Let's listen to this.
To the worsening health conditions of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, currently in DSS detention. And the lawyers informed me that the health problems have been there for a long time, but it has gotten very bad. That Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is critically down, and he is not having access to the required medications and the medical attention that he deserves. And that necessitated me to call you gentlemen of the press today. As a human rights activist, an advocate of justice, equity, and fairness, because of me, not just that, and also as the spokesperson of the opposition coalition in the country, to raise this alarm and call on President Mohamed Buhari, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, in the interest of justice, in the interest of fairness, in the interest of equity, and in the interest of reconciliation, that the president should release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from DSS illegal detention. This is long overdue, and it's important, apart from the judgment, all the appeal courts that sat in Abuja, there is also a judgment from the High Court in Umuahia. There is also a judgment from the Federal High Court in Umuahia. So even if you are appealing the judgment of the appeal court, which there is no superior court have overturned, there is also a judgment of the Federal High Court in Umuahia and the High Court in Umuahia that the federal government have not been able to overturn. So that means that the stay of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in DSS detention is illegal. What the president is doing is illegal. And that's why we're saying, in the interest of that justice, equity and fairness, and in view of the information I got yesterday that his health condition is going down, it will not even be in the interest of peace that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dies in DSS detention or comes out of DSS later as a disfigured human being. We already know what he went through in Kenya when he was abducted and tortured, and the heart problems that came with that. So that's what we're saying. And also, by that decision by the United Nations that have given Nigeria about 6 months or thereabout, which is expiring this month, for him to be released, that the federal government of Nigeria have no basis keeping Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in continued detention, and that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should be released unconditionally now. Even members of the ruling party, like Ojikal, is even saying that he's willing to take him on bail. Before letting Bazilika Mechi died, he asked Buhari to do that as a last wish. And let me say this, the security situation down here that we are now in the east is going down every day. There is so much confusion, there is killing and counter killing. There is no reasonable person that will support that this atmosphere of anarchy should continue. Now, as a first step towards finding peace in the east, you now release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and then come back to the negotiation table. Because there's one thing you need to understand. There are things that led to this agitation. Issues of justice, equity, and fairness, and the insecurity that came with the killings that happened in most of our farmland by the headers. Then the president cannot address them. Because we addressed the Niger Delta problem when it happened and negotiated with them. The government also addressed the clash in the North Central with the farmers and the headers. The government is also addressing the Boko Haram issue, where they are even forgiving some of these terrorists and admitting them into positions of authority. So if we can do that even for terrorists, now human rights agitators, people who are agitating for fairness, equity, and justice, what is wrong in calling the young men in Igbo land to say, let us come to the table and address the things that led to this agitation, which boils down to justice, equity, and fairness? Unless you are saying that we in the East are not entitled to justice, equity, and fairness. But if we are entitled to justice, equity, and fairness, then release him so that tension can reduce now. And then we go to the table and find a middle ground, whether through restructuring or through issues. Because if you don't address these issues, it means that you don't care. It means that government is enjoying the killing and the counter killing all over this land. There is killing and counter killings. Some are even by pro-government security outfits that is doing it. Like the ones that attacked me, they were government backed. So we cannot continue. Let some people are benefiting from this flow of blood, endless flow of blood in Imo, in every part of the East. If not, if you're a human being that knows that when you die you'll be answerable to God, then it's time to apply the brake and then release it. Especially with this information I got yesterday that he's in a bad health condition. It will not be fair for peace and stability for us to wake up one morning and say he's no more. Especially when you are holding him illegally. It can lead to crisis of unimaginable proportion, and we don't not want that. That is why I call the people to add my voice to say, please, in the interest of stability, that let us obey the judgment of the court. Let us respect the rule of law. Release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and find a way to address his worsening health conditions so that these issues can be addressed. And then the agitations that led to this crisis addressed by the president now that he's leaving office. There is no basis for the trial. Even by the constitutional powers vested in the president, he has constitutional powers through the Attorney General to initiate discontinuance of the trial. So everything is on the table of the president. And we are not attacking the president. We are begging the president. We are begging President Mohamed Buhari, as said, father of the nation, commander-in-chief, it's time to open the gates and let Mazi Nnamdi go home so that tension can reduce. And then we come back to the table because there's pending issues of justice, of equity, of fairness. We don't want to be in a country where the heads of all the security agencies comes from a section of the country. We don't want to be in a position where key positions of government, NNPC, federal revenues, and so on and so forth are all coming from the north. It doesn't present you as a unifying leader. These last few months, left for your government, you can make remarkable.
All right, that was a very good one, and it was just, like I said, taken out of Facebook, so it just stopped promptly. But he made his point already. The only place I think I don't really agree with him is begging the president. You're not begging him anything. You're just telling him the right thing. You don't have to beg people to be knowledgeable. You beg him, if there's something. Begging is not a bad thing, but when you beg for your rights, when you beg to be given human rights, then it's not making any sense. So what we are saying, he has made his point, but then this led to Hope Uzodimma going to burn down his house. Yes. And he said, Stooge, he organized it. But like normal thing in Nigeria, there are no consequences for anything that anybody does. People do whatever they want to do, anything they feel like doing, that's what they do, and it has no consequences. To just end there. That is why a lot of people are so afraid to get involved in anything. And let's see, I have a call. Let me take this one. Caller, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Dada Peter, someone will go to
Welcome to the program.
Dada Peters, we are going home. We are going home. Dada, we are going home. We have no other place on this earth, Biafrans. This is the only land on this earth. The God that owns this earth gave we Biafrans, our ancestors, and we are the remnants. Let's go home, Biafrans. Let's go home. They have killed us enough. And Dada Peter said, very big insult to us. Look at our own brother. They came to his side and burned down his side because he said, "Fulani release our dead." What a shame, Biafrans. What type of nonsense is all this? Oh, we have governors, we have religious leaders, and then we have people that call themselves our leaders. Yet, you watch our children, your children being butchered like animals, and you say they are leaders. And when we talk, you say we are going to get as if your own life is more important than the life of dead. But look at what they can look at what Kanu is doing to all of you. Shameless race. Side arrogant. Then Peters, don't step back, move forward. Who is that teacher now to stop you from coming to Abba? Who is that bastard? That's telling us that we have no right to exist. Fulani is about to say, hey, he dropped him, madam. Then I think it was him to quote Kanu that wisdom of Solomon chapter 6. And the same wisdom of Solomon chapter 7. The responsibility of rulers. And the king is like everyone else. That's the guy. That's the Peters. I will bring my phone and put a tile when Emusiga Colom, Monamata Colom. Then my work I can organize this system. Then I put assistant, you will not see your father. I myself, I stake my life for you. You say this Biafra we are talking about the generation. 1967 is exactly. But those are the people be there about to take our leader for bail. Idiot. Our leader that was given decided on the 6th of October and press release from IPO. People don't have respect. Look at idiot that have no respect for Chukwu. Okay, say will come and make up now. But when the time will come, every governor in Biafra land, every just leaders, all of you will pay heavily. None of you will resist. Let that war power come and say, you see, United Nations, when it will start, no nation, any nation that is there us, when our own madness will come, when the violence, Fulani is suffering us, killing us, want to take our land, our war powers are looking at them. United Nations are watching us.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. There, I think you have made your point, and the line is just disconnecting itself. And by the way, there's somebody told me that there's a letter written by our United States lawyer, Mazi Nnamdi's lawyer, Bruce Springs, that he wrote a new memo. So I've not been able to put my hand on that memo, but whenever I do, I will add to you because I want to hear what he has to say. All right, we're still on here. This is Radio Biafra USA 2, 646-920-4541, 845-344-7984. I have another call coming in. Let me try this one again and see if it's going to work. Caller, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Mazi, good afternoon from here.
Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. Mazi, good afternoon here. Mazi, this is your brother. We're calling from UK. Mazi, I want to ask, first of all, have you changed the direct call number?
No.
The one that ends in 14?
No.
Okay, because I was calling it.
41. It ends in 41, not 1.
Yes, I used to call it, but I tried to call it now. It said it's not in service anymore. That's what it's telling me. I don't know, for some reason. I don't know.
Oh, the lines are okay. What happened is that the phones are bad. So we're changing the phones.
Okay.
We're changing the phones, the same number, man. Yeah.
Okay, maybe that's it. Maybe it's from the phone, you know. Thank you very much, my big brother, Mazi Iyke. I salute you. And then I salute Biafrans, Nnamdi can say my ancestors died and protected. Biafrans all over the world. Once more again, thank you for all the things that you have been doing for Oyanji to be out. Mazi, let me tell you the reason why. Let's make it clear here. The two people that went to kill this guy is Nigerian government. This the Muhammadu Buhari and Hope Uzodinma. This you see, you know, every time people are looking for evidence, you see the threat of that guy, Chinas, and when he said that he must, if he did not jail him, he will hang himself. Yeah. When somebody says something like that, if he did not jail him, he will hang himself. But this interview, this press release you play regarding that our brother, because he's a very hard-spoken person. It's not since I've been watching him. When he tells you it's white, it's white. The reason why they went to kill him is because of the beaver he exposed, whatever they call that rubbish. They say it's beaver or something. Or the National Electoral Committee or whatever they call it. Who is calling that rubbish? When he exposed to Nigerian government of bringing 89-year-old woman that have died, and they will place a boy of 12 years old with his face. You remember that topic?
Yes.
Mazi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear, sir. Go ahead.
This guy have an info. Even as I speak to you, those INEC people that leak those things, Hope Uzodinma is still holding them as I speak to you now, and this guy is still calling for them to release those boys. Whereby we have some people, even the date of when they amalgamate Nigeria, the date are still there. This guy exposed everything. You can see a woman of 200 years. They put his face there as a boy of 7 years. It's there. The news carry it. So when this guy exposed all those things, even we are in local government where Hope Uzodinma have bribed all our people. He's having about millions of votes here, and this guy was asking how come. So you will see a man of 60 years, and then you will see a boy of 12 years age in the voters card. This is what Hope Uzodinma put down, and then you see a man of 100 years. And you'll be seeing a boy of 30 years face in that electoral card. So all these things was exposed by this guy through the ringing of APC, because they wanted to ring this election. This guy exposed everything. That was the main reason why they went after this guy.
Yeah.
But they used this interview he made, bro, for calling the release of Mazi Nnamdi, which is normal. Everybody have been calling the release of Mazi Nnamdi. Their plan is to just go and eliminate this guy, nothing more else. If when Hope Uzodinma have killed the uncle of this guy and his brother, Hope Uzodinma wouldn't want this guy. So I'm asking Igbo, what will Igbo do? Do you think Hope Uzodinma will get away with this atrocity? No, he can't get away with it. But he's getting away with it because the Fulanis are asking him, what are your people going to do? What are they going to do? That is exactly what is going on. If they went and killed the uncle of this man, and nothing is happening. And for this Anambra State governor, which I call him the two-faced human being, is a very dangerous human, because now Atois Oluko have been, pushing him for next Nigerian president. The same way they push this for Mahi. They push the for Mahi can again. They push him. The video is there. When Atois Oluko was taking his hand up after Buhari will hand over to him, Dave Umahi was happy. Now he was killing our people. Want to say he wants to be president. Where is Dave Umahi with the president now? The same way Atois now is pushing this criminal in Anambra State, calling for he will push at you for Mazi Nnamdi. These people, they call themselves professor for crying out land.
Okay, well.
So you court to say discharge this man and they acquitted. Court discharge him and they acquitted. Why are you making jest of yourself that you want to settle him? Sometimes our people need to raise up.
Yeah.
If we want to make sure that everything goes well for us, our people need to wake up. That is what is killing us. Well, if our people rose up, these people, we know our problem. Our people is ready to raise up, but you know the problem. When our people rose up, they will bring their Fulani terrorists to come and be shooting our people.
Yes. That
has been the problem. Because it's in that country, it's only Igbo can hold their politicians. That is only us. There is no I am not begging for it. It's only us that can say enough is enough. But when we stood up, these people will bring their agenda with police and then start shooting our people. That has been the problem. Mazi, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. But all I'm saying is, they have been calling for the release of Mazi Nnamdi. Everybody have been calling for the release.
Yes.
All these criminals that are coming out now telling to you that they want to bail him, they should give it to them. They want to keep in the government house. They should release him to them. They want to do this. They will take him on bail. On that professor, what do they call that? Professors, so Mazi on the professors, but just one hard school, but you want to be rebel on your court that even in the zoo, you don't have right to prosecute him again.
Yes.
It's the court said to you, no court has the judicial right to prosecute Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He's been acquitted.
They will.
To go. Yeah. These people who are here now, they just want to throw Kashi. He want to bail him out. Kashi can't debate again. Okay, Fulani, they are all telling Fulani what to do. You see everything with Fulani do. All our able politicians and Agaha. When you put that bail out, until again Fulani debate about who will come and bail Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. While the court have told these people release this man unconditionally. This bunch of criminals.
Thank you.
You see the one after now he's coming back to his father's land.
Let's go, sir.
Mazi, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you very much. You're welcome to the program anytime. All right, this is Radio Biafra USA 2. Like I said, this killing one says South Africa, both have said that this something will bring out the beast in us. This kind of thing that is going on. When you look at somebody whom the court of the land have said is not guilty, he cannot be tried in any of the court, and somebody comes out who calls himself a professor, I want to take him on bail, I want to get out of here. We don't need you to do anything like that. The court have already spoken. If you want to be honest with yourself, go out there, open your mouth and tell them to leave this man alone because he didn't do anything. I have a call coming in. Caller, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Good morning.
Welcome to the program.
Yeah, it's Mazi Iyke calling you from Poland.
Welcome to the program, sir.
Yeah, hi Peter. Yeah, I want to thank you. First of all, it has been a long time I have not been hearing from you, but it's like you went home for Christmas or so.
I will travel the way, so okay. But I'm back now.
Okay, thank God for joining us. Yeah, hi Peter. Yeah, what I really want to comment on today's program is this. That Ugochi, He's from my local government area. I know him very well.
Okay.
Yeah, but that information that he gave, this is not the first time treat that Hope Uzodinma is giving to him, according to the reliable source from our home. But why he showed this one is because this one is so long. You understand? Yeah, but what Hope Uzodinma is doing, actually, at the end, he will get his repercussion. This is by the side. And again, I want to comment on Professor Soludo, called himself a professor, that he wants to shorty Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You know, he's thinking that he's the only thing that went to school or something of that sort, that he's addressing that kind of talk to people that didn't know anything. Someone that court has freed, just like this, our last caller. The court has freed Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and he's telling us that he wants to shorty him again. I don't know what he's thinking. You see? So on I need what I go on the address to the to market people. After Anambra State, we wish our people. They are potassium now, only free. Yes, that na what I go, you guys shorty. Or more, very shorty Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in 2015.
Yes.
You have the kind of shorty at all. What do you keep call to free where Mazi Nnamdi Kanu potassium where I know Gregu, no, they know Otino, Makaneji, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Well, all those things have even we are aware of it and we are all waiting for them when the time comes. Mazi, thank you.
Dalo.
Good luck.
Thank you so much. All right, thank you very much. This is Radio Biafra. I have another call coming in. Let me take this one. Caller, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from. All right, that line just cut off. Like we were saying before, Soludo, thinking that we are stupid idiots, we don't know anything. You're making a fool of yourself. All of you, like my brother just said, Abaribe, originally when they wanted to take him on bail, Abaribe came out and signed him on bail. Now the court of the land says this man is not guilty, this man cannot be tried in any court. Let him go. Now you are coming as Soludo wants to sign him on shorty. Who are you? Nyekebu. Your governor. That's ridiculous. Let me take a call. I have a call coming in. Caller, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Yeah, Mazi here. Good afternoon from here.
Ike Peters program. Welcome to the program.
Hello, Mazi Ike Peters, my brother. Happy New Year. It has been long. I have not been hearing from you, but thank God you're back.
Yes.
And we are happy to hear your voice once again in Radio Biafra.
There we
Yeah, Mazi Ike Peters, may God bless you. We must continue to fight until Biafra is finally restored. And I want to use this opportunity to thank our beloved IPOB family all over the world, those that have stand strong to fight the struggle. And in this difficult time, most especially starting with the DOS, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have set up to be the the head of this struggle in his absence. And we want to ask them to continue to do the needful. May God give them every wisdom they will use to pilot this struggle until our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is released unconditionally. So shall it be in the name of Chukwuka. He said. Mazi Ike Peters, I am so glad this afternoon from here. Fellow Biafrans, my name is Mazi Akas. I'm calling from Austria. And by the special grace of Chukwuka, I serve the indigenous people of Biafra as IPOB Austria National PRO. I just want to say, Mazi, just our brothers are saying, because the vice na onu mado bonu chineke, and we are holding, Nigeria in their scrutum, and there is no way they can run away from where we are holding them. The same Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they said he jumped bail. The same Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they said he should come back to come and answer, could come and clear himself. And unfortunately, they took it into their hands, going to the zoo to kidnap this same man who have done nothing wrong to them. They kidnapped him, tortured him, renditioned him to zoo. And at the end of the day, the same zoo court told them they should release this man unconditionally. And there is no Nigerian court that can be able to, lay any accusation of Mazi Nnamdi or even put him in trial. Because what Nigeria committed is what I don't know why the whole world is keeping quiet. I don't know why. Mazi Nnamdi have told them that even in Biafra, they can even benefit more than what they are benefiting in Nigeria. All we want is freedom. We are not asking them. No, we are not going to do anything with them or do business with them. They are going to benefit from us even more. But allow us to be on our own, because where we are living up till this time, Mazi Iyke, they cage us in a place whereby we cannot raise our heads up. Nigeria has been putting their knees on our necks since 1914 amalgamation, and we have tried to see if we can be able to manage to live there, but it's not working. The more we manage, the more we are dying. This is what we are letting the whole world to know. We are not against anybody. All we ask is freedom. Allow us to be on our own, so that we can be able to do things as a reasonable human being. But as long as Nigeria is concerned, we don't have this space to do things the way we want to do as Biafrans. Look at how Mazi Iyke, how we scatter all over the world. Intelligent men and women all over the world, doctors, professors, engineers, name them. Biafrans doing exploit wherever they are residing all over the world. You want to tell me that when these people have a country of their own, they cannot do exploit? We will do more than even what Dubai is doing today. So we want this freedom, and nobody can stop us in this thing we are fighting for. And those, I just want to say to Soludo, thank you for speaking out, but telling us they say hand Mazi Nnamdi over to you. This is the highest insult you can give to Biafrans. Just speak. I thought maybe they say you are a professor. You should know what to speak when you are in public. Mazi Nnamdi has been released and acquitted in Nigerian courts. So nobody can shorten him for anything. We want his completely unconditional release. Nobody should try to cage him. Mazi Nnamdi is not the type anyone can cage. But I want to come and short you. Nobody is shorting him. Anybody who's talking about shorting, you are your own. They must release him. And the more they are keeping this man, this prisoner of conscience, the more they are keeping him, the more Nigeria will be into calamity. We promise them that holding Mazi Nnamdi will even be the worst thing Nigeria can ever face. It doesn't matter what the election or whatever they are doing. It doesn't concern us. All we told the world, give us a day of referendum, release the Mazi Nnamdi. That's all. Let our people decide to say if they want to continue with the zoo animal kingdom called Nigeria, or they want to be free.
Thank you.
That's all Mazi Nnamdi is asking for.
There we go.
And the better the world understood what we are saying, the better for everybody. Because if they do this in anything happen or cause any war in that country, they are going to bear the consequences. Let them be ready to accept refugee over 200 million population. Because nobody loves Nigeria. Nobody wants to stay there if they cause war in Nigeria.
There we go. Thank you.
So, my dear Lord, thank you, my beloved brother, to give me this opportunity. May God continue to bless you, even as you are back in this Hello platform, Radio Biafra. You continue to do the needful until Biafra is restored, my dear Lord. Thank you, my brother. May God bless you.
There we go. Thank you. Welcome. This is Radio Biafra USA 2. We are still on. Let's see. Okay, we have a little more time to go on this program. So if you're still ready to call me, 646-920-4541. 845-344-798-499 929-406-9953. Like I was saying before, the people
Listen, you think it's really sent into the public
because of their stupidity. They end up becoming worst illiterates that we can think of. The man was on went to trial. He was offered bail. Somebody came out diligently to bail. Then all of a sudden, the court says the man is not guilty, and somebody who calls himself a professor wants to bail him. Isn't that something? Caller, good morning. Caller on straight line, tell us your name and where you're calling from. Good morning from here.
Yeah, good morning. Mazi Iyke.
There we go.
All hail Biafra.
All hail Biafra.
All hail Biafra. Watching it. Happy New Year.
Same to you, sir.
Yes,
I'm fine, thank you.
Biafrans. Yeah, Biafrans. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever you are, Biafrans. May Chukwu Okike Abiyama bless each and every one of us.
Yeah.
The hardcore Biafrans, IPOB. May Chukwu Okike Abiyama guide and protect our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, wherever he is. In the dungeon of DSS. May God, Chukwu Okike, give him victory, because we be Biafrans, we win the battle. There is no going back. I, Peters from Colombia, is Wibawaka na Nsukka Kodi na Enugu province. I thank you for giving us the real story of Nigeria, because Nigeria is not a country.
Yeah.
Nigeria is Fulani and British company that want to conquer the Chineke, but Chukwu Okike Abiyama help. Chukwu Okike Abiyama help, because we are Biafra, we are not Nigeria. Before Nigeria, we are there. People that are clamoring for one Nigeria. Our Igbo brothers killing themselves for one Nigeria. Shame on you people. Shame on you people. Nobody is Nigeria. Nobody is a Nigeria. Here in Colombia, I never see a Colombia person call one Colombia. It's only in Nigeria. I hear one Nigeria. I ask them, who is one Nigeria? Am I the same thing with Fulani man? You are calling me with Fulani man, one Nigeria. Mazi Iyke.
There we
will get the Biafra.
Thank you, sir.
We will get Biafra and come back and develop our place. Here in Colombia, every month, each citizen get a lot in his account. But in Nigeria, what a lot we have is killing our people. What did we do? British do their own referendum and go out from Europe. What holds Igbos to do their own referendum? Chukwu Okike Abiyama, you will deliver us as we deliver Israel.
Amen.
Because it's only you we worship, Chukwu Okike. We worship no other God except you, Chukwu Okike. Deliver your people. I know how people are suffering in that Biafra land. I know how my people are suffering. No light, no water, no hospital, nothing. I'm here in Colombia. If I have small headache, just nearby 5 minutes, I enter the check me, I come out. I say, why? My country is dying.
Thank you. Let's go.
Hi, Peters. Biafra must come.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ice Peters.
There we
Thank you, Biafrans.
Thank you, sir.
Continue a good job. God will bless you.
Amen.
God will bless all Biafrans.
Thank you.
We must be free.
Yes.
We must be free. We must.
All right. Thank you so much. I have another call coming in. Let me take this one. Caller, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from. Caller, good morning. Caller, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Thank you, my brother. Morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your time zone.
Welcome to the program.
I still remain your humble comrade, Mazi Iyke Chinedum, Wekagane, we comrade.
Mazi Iyke Peters, I greet you.
Yeah, well.
I greet you for the good work you are doing for the people of Biafra. Because we have come to the last fight, as we always said. We have come to the last fight because what we have telling them has come to an open. They have seen everything. Nobody will say that he's not seeing the handwriting anymore. All of them are seeing it. But before I go on, I must come to the Socio-political and hand Mazi Nnamdi Kanu over to Socio-political because he has made it. If you can again, nobody tatawa here. We say Ken Ori na for na kodu no gugu na ngene na aro. Ana na aja na nguna bo karete ndu mmiri. Asi ezumezu agwu Nnamdi Kanu. Ezumezu mmụọ no Nnamdi Kanu. Ezumezu iwu Nnamdi Kanu. Ezumezu mmụọ mmiri Nnamdi Kanu. Ezumezu obi ndị ichebe Nnamdi Kanu. Ezumezu mkpuke bennie. Ezumezu mkpuke ụmụnne, ezumezu ụmụnne ya. Ezumezu ebie, ezumezu ọnụkụ, ezumezu mpaghara ya. Aspo ha bịa nọnyere na-eke na ori na afọ na nkwọ. Ezumezu obi nna anyị, nnukwu nna anyị Igbo. Ezumezu Biafra. Aspo ha bịa nọnyere Ọhamadike Nnamdi Okwuchukwu na-eke na ori na afọ na nkwọ na ha na-anọdụ n'igwe. Na anya ọbụla na-eri aja anya ya ata afụ. Onye ọbụla nọrọ aja aka ya ata afụ. Onye ọbụla kwuru aja okwu n'isi ya ata afụ. Onye ọbụla jere ajụ ije n'isi ya ata afụ. Onye ọbụla mere ihe ọwụrụ ihe ọjọọ n'isi Nnamdi Kanu ya ata afụ. Maka na onye mere ihe ọjọọ ọ bụ izu ihe na-abụ ka a na-emeju n'elu ugwu a. Esiri n'ite ahụ anọ ka onye mere ihe ọjọọ m chọọ ka o mere onye arụ. Ifugwe onye ka anyị were ukwu na onye ọbụla wụrụ ya aja aka ga-ata afụ na eke na ori na afọ na nkwọ. Awụ na-ese ezinụlọ ya ikwe na ibie ndị ọbụla na-eme ezigbo ihe n'ihe ọbụla ọ na-eme n'ihe chọtara anyị ezi ala anyị ka anyị jedozie na ndị ichie maka na o kwuru n'ebe anyị na-anawa ebe a kalụ mma niile ebe a ndị kalụ mma niile biri ndụ n'ọrụ ebe a ka anyị na-ana. Awụ na-ekedo oke ikuku ụlọ afọ kpọmkwọ mgbe mgbe oyi mgbe afọ mgbankwọ na-anụ ihe ọbụla anyị na-ekwu ma ndị karịa anụ ya n'oge na-adịrị anya anyị na-asị ha bịa ka ha tinye aka ọkachasị ndị obodo ndị nọ n'ụlọ ka ha kwudo Eastern Security Network, kwudolu IPOB, kwudolu DOS ka ha nụchasị ọgụ a ka ọkọrọ mmiri na-ekele ori na afọ na nkwọ. A sị na ezumezu ekele ezumezu afọ ezumezu nke ha bịakwa ka a nọnyere Iyke Peters na ezinụlọ ya na Chike edozie m ihe ọnwụrụ onye ọbụla na-agba mbọ ịhụ na anyị nwere onwe anyị ifigwe na ha pụtago kwube ma ndị chọọ ka ha kwudolu na ka akpapụta onye ndu anyị ha pụtawagwu ha akọwagwo akụkọ anyị maara mmiri zo nwa mmiri atụsara atasa ọ bụghị anyị ka anyị awụzi na nke anyị ya awụzi unu na nke eziere eziokwu ka anyị bịara eju wee wewe unu maka na anyị kpa unu aka anya gbu unu ebu onye gosi unu ebe unu ya da a sị m na ọnwụ ndụ nka nka ihe akpakụ ihe enweghị ogologo ndụ arụ dị mma maka na onye hụrụ anyị bịa akwa anya mmiri akọghị ya n'anya ọ hụrụ anyị chọọ nwụrụ nwe ha gburu nwe ebido ya a sị m na obodo ugobere nke si bi ebe na gụkwa anya na azụzụ ụzọ ahịa ọrụgbo na omume onye si anyị were gakwụ ekwu na mmiri anyị ji wee gwụkwa aka wee na-asị na girigiri furu ụzọ ọ yọrọ pụtapụta n'ime ụlọ ọrụgbo na omume Iyke Peters gawa n'iru ọdụgwo ọrụ gị mma IPOB niile n'ụwa niile mma ise.
All right, thank you so much. Let me take another call that is bothering me here. Caller, your last caller for today. Tell us your name and where you're calling from. Please make it 2 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Iyke Peters.
Welcome to the
thank you very much. My name is Engineer Mad. I'm calling from Germany. Iyke Peters, there is contribution I want to make this afternoon.
Yes.
You know, like our second to the last call said that we want our referendum and the world is keeping quiet. I keep on saying it. The world will not say anything until we ourselves will start something doing that will make them to know that we need our freedom. Because they know that Nigeria is not a country. The Western world, they know about it, that Nigeria is an amalgamation from the British, it's not a country. Our leader have granted bail, which they know that Nigeria committed a crime against the world. It now left for we to rise up against Nigerian government. If it is protest, let the DOS organize protests around the world. We need to do something. If to go to these people's parliament day and night protesting, telling them that Nnamdi Kanu have been discharged. You can see now they divert their attention in Nigeria by election. That is where people mindsets are now. The only thing we do for the world to come and talk about what is happening to Nnamdi Kanu or with the Biafrans, we must do something. Freedom is not given. Freedom is taken by the oppressor. Without doing anything that will shake the world, they will not come and say, let there be a referendum or let there be Biafra. Something must happen. If Nnamdi Kanu have been granted bail by the court that Nnamdi Kanu have no case to answer, he now left for us to make sure that we go to the parliament of each country in the world day and night. If we will sleep there, we sleep there to tell them that look at the papers from the court. This man has been discharged and acquitted and is holding in Nigeria illegal.
Yes.
Without that, something will not happen.
Thank you, sir.
They know that place is their business. And for we to allow them to say something, we must do something that will affect them before they will come.
Thank you.
This is my contribution. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your contribution. You're making lots of sense. I know. The fiction will happen. When it will happen, it will come. Our leader told us that you sleep in the zoo and wake up in Biafra. There's no doubt about it. It's a surprise. The surprise is coming. And there's nothing anybody can do. The way we are doing it is the way we know how. What you're saying is very, very correct. Our leader is held illegally, and the people that are supposed to be talking, they know that, but they're afraid to speak. They don't. My dear, I just came out of the zoo, and I know the confusion there in the minds of the people is not something that can be described, because they are there and they know that our leader's incarceration is illegal at this time. There was a time they locked him up, and after now, whatever they are doing to him today is not legal anymore. They know that. They know it very, very well. And unfortunately, some that have the guts to even talk are even making a mess of themselves, like the likes of Soludo, who's saying, I want to sign. I think our Jews Okalo even said the same thing too. Even though he doesn't agree with me, he's a member of my family, I'm ready to shut you. We don't need any of you people to shut you anybody. The court have said he has no case to answer. They will get tired, they will leave him. The more he stays there, I bet you, I guarantee all of you, that the more he stays there, he's very spiritual, more spiritual than ever, as you can think. He's thinking about you. Anything he thinks about you is going to happen to you. I know. This is not a joke. You put him there, they call it confinement, solitude. He's like somebody going to the mountain to pray. Somebody fasting, and is secluded from the world. It's secluded from everybody, and he's there praying. That's when the Holy Spirit works. And it will keep working on our leader. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will eventually be a free person. Whether you like it or not, he will come out with a Biafran flag in his hand. I promise you. From here, from me, I have to say goodbye for today, but tomorrow, don't forget, the Australians are coming in tomorrow. They come in every Wednesday, and they'll be with me on this program. So stay tuned. Don't go away, because Mazi Iyke is next. From here, it's goodbye.
In Biafra lies our religion, the last hope we have is in Biafran restoration. I believe. Listen to Radio Biafra. It's where we worship as a Chukukike Abiyama. Let your kingdom come. Listen to Radio Biafra. It's where we worship as a Chukukiki Biafra. Lord save our nation from the evil Britain. There will we sing and dance for the world to know you our God. I believe. Listen to radio, the world to know you our God. I believe. Listen to radio, the world to know you our God. I believe. Listen to radio.
Mama, opportunity. Sister, opportunity. Oh, that's like it. Opportunity.
We, the global family of indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, under the command and control of St. Mazi Nnamdi, they use this medium, they sound this trumpet loud and clear for everybody to hear them, both the deaf and the dead. Say, all these people, both big and small, in Biafra land, where they use the name of St. Mazi Nnamdi, IPOB or ESN, they waka krukere, they commit one community or the other, just to grab body and other nonsense for our body in the name of thief, kidnapping, collecting of tax and rate, and different levies, even snatching of cars. All right, later to people saying that to support ESN, then be ESN. Our hand no day at all. Our hand no follow, and they no follow for what we they do. IPOB, ESN, and St. Mazi Nnamdi na brand name. We no they carry coal at all, or do rough things. My people, we no know them, we no send them, and them no follow for what we they do. This ones na another brand of Verimas, in another style, in another form, and another shape for this cause. Every papa, mama, brother, sister, auntie, uncle, quick match, advise your pikin or brother now for the leg where they waka krukere, I where they see sharply, they see them. Person where they put hand for water where crocodile they make shakara, waiting they find my brother na palaba, and they go catch am. Two was not there for the 10. If the dragon where they fly, it will come you. Now through get the dance, then go play for you, and you must dance that dance. And now before you don't dance finish, your name go become Obentuare. But the workers of iniquity and the hired laborers, including their sponsors, in different shape and different countries and different towns and in different places, IPOB under St. Mazi Nnamdi go play Funa Surugede, and that music una must dance and it go play and it go show. Two words no dey for the thing. As we talk na so it go be. Enough of our tower everywhere, whether na politicians or whatever send una, we no one know. Our dragon net go hold una. Remember, the fly wey no dey follow instruction or advice, dey follow dead body enter grave. We the indigenous people of Biafra under St. Mazi Nnamdi no dey carry last at all, and we dey blow this trumpet because when it go begin happen, una go be thy kingdom come, while our name go be thy will be done. This message now from the Obungalicious, charismatic, indefatigable, great indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, the real owners of the land. They bring una this message. This now your opportunity to turn a new leaf.
Opportunity come Mama, opportunity. Sister, opportunity. Oh, that's like it. Opportunity. Opportunity come
anyị onwe anyị bụ ọha ndị IPOB ma ụwa dum gburugburu bụ the Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB n'okpuru onye ndu anyị bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ ji oge a na-afọ opi ike a ka ndị dị ndụ ndị nwụrụ anwụ na ndị ntị ike nụ ya na anyị onwe anyị bụ ndị nwe ala Biafra gbaa gburugburu na-ekwu ya ugbu a na-ekwusi ike na anyị agaghị anabatakwa kpọmkwem ime onye n'ihu itepọtị ndị ekperimọlụ mmebi iwu na ọchịcha mere ha evuru oke ha na-ete anyị site n'iji ESN IPOB na aha dị asọ nke Mazi Nnamdi Kanu na-eji egwu ndị anyị chandụ n'ụzọ dị iche iche ịnụ ụtụ dị iche iche ịtọrọ mmadụ ịzụ ụgbọala iji ntụmaka na-ere mmadụ aka point and kill n'ala Biafra mbanụnụ nke mere emekpuru ekete ọzọ emekwala IPOB ESN Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ bụ aha nwere agba eji aga mba a na-enye oche pụrụ iche abụghị ihe ndị na-amaghị nke ha riri ọkụkọ amaọcha ha na-adịghị mma ga-emebi na-etekwa une n'ihu ma na-erikwa ndị a na-eme ugu n'ụzọ dị iche iche ka m jụọ n'ụlọ onye gbachara apriko gbaa igbe ụzọ zụtara eji eli nna ya ọkwa onwe na-anaki ụgwọ mọchụarị ya ebe o werekwara aka ya gwuo ala ili ya Chineke menụ n'ụlọ ebere ya mere papa mama broda anti ọnkụ onye ọbụla ghe dụọ nwayọ ọdụ n'ihi na ọkụkọ ntị ike ga-agbakwa egwu ike ọ gakwa n'ihe n'ofe ebe ukwu na-aga njem ọjọọ agadịghị alọta anyị onwe anyị bụ IPOB anyị na-ajụ ugbu ajigbu na-eri n'ihi na ọ bụ ekpegbuo nwa nwaala apụrụ ya gafe ama nna ya IPOB anyị anaghị ekwukwa n'efu ọ bụghị anyị na-emechi emechi ndị ọzọ a na-emebi emebi na-emekasị ihe anyị gbakwana nkịtị nwanne ya bụrụ na nsogbu ga-adị n'ihi na anyị gba nkịtị arụ abụrụzi omenala kama jishi nkụ agwụnụ ebe anwụnta gada ịhụ anwụ mgbuo dọrọ aka na ntị onye kpatara nkụ ahụhụ ngwere gada ịbịara ya ọrụ ma ịnụrụ dum nwanne ị ga na-ịnụ yọm anyị ga-amara ji n'ala n'ụlọ na nke n'ala n'ọtịrị n'ihi na mpekelechi na-emebi ike kama mpekelechi ga-emebikọ n'anya ike a na-egbupụ ike ịnụnụ onye na-asọghị chi dị m n'ike taa marụ nwanne m ga na-etanye n'isi agaghị m asụ ụbụrụ anyị ekwesịgokwa ọ bụ ndị IPOB otu ezi buru nnukwu ibu n'okpuru onye ndu bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị nsọ wetara unu ozi ya
ma ndị mara amala n'obu mmasị na mma na obu ukwe wezikwa n'ịgba nlanụ gbumgbumgbum gbamgbamgbam n'ime ụwa nke ala ọ bụ gịnị
"1967 was the year, a year not to be forgotten in the history of mankind, a year of massacre, mass murder, genocide against the defenseless people of Biafra, men, women and children, while the whole world watched and get entertained with the precious blood of Biafrans spilled. The world watched and did nothing. But there was a voice in the wilderness, the voice of Okokondem screaming, "Omo Biafra, Murunanya, Onyendiroba," and did nothing. But there was a voice in the wilderness, the voice of Okokondem screaming, "Omo Biafra, Murunanya, Onyendiroba," and did nothing. But There was a voice in the wilderness, the voice of Okokondem screaming, Omo Biafra, Muru n'anya, onye ndị Iro and did nothing. But there was a voice in the wilderness, the voice of Okokondem screaming, Omo Biafra, Muru n'anya, onye ndị Iro gbara gburu.
Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the man with the lion voice, the man with the thunder voice. When he speaks, the enemies will panic and take cover. Nigeria,
Y'all Biafra memo yoye, Biafra memo yoye.
Nnamdi Kanu ọgaranya onye ndu ndị Igbo ọhamadị ka anyị kwụ oge n'azụ ọhamadị ka anyị kwụ oge n'azụ mbakara ya ma ọsọ ya na IPOB one family IPOB one family asị m ụmụ Biafra IPOB one family ndị Chimeleze na nwa IPOB one family Nnamdi Kanu ọgaranya onye ndu ndị Igbo ọhamadị ka anyị kwụ oge n'azụ ọhamadị ka anyị kwụ oge n'azụ mbakara ya ma ọsọ ya na.
Greetings, good and peace-loving people. You're listening to live broadcast from Radio Biafra USA, and we are coming to you through Radio Biafra London and IPOB Community Radio, directed by our leader, His Excellency Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. My name is Mazi Iyke. Today is January 17, 2023. As I aforementioned, we will have the panel on here today at the top of the hour, and before then there are things happening. Things that are happening are things that we must keep our eye clear as to the tumultuous media barrage. Zainab, the morning show host, when she interviewed Obi, her main focus was IPOB and ESN. And we kept telling you that Ekperima is sponsored by the government of the zoo. All of you didn't believe me. You didn't believe what we were saying. And the recent comment she made will give credence to what we are saying. This was what was said last night, and then the response Simon Ekpa gave to Soludo. She is trying to make something that doesn't exist, and this is not the kind of thing when it happens you say ignore it. We've already exposed him, and those backing him are still backing him. And then with the statement from Soludo that Nnamdi Kanu should be released. And this is what Zainab said. And I tried to make sense from it. And I expect all of you to open your ears. Oops. Excuse me. That was scary. Let me go back. Let me go back to what I was trying to say. Okay. With the hold on. This is hold on. I booted. Let me get back to. Okay. This is Senator, this is what I call her. You will listen to it and I'll give you my own take.
A young man sitting in Finland, Sam Ekpa, who's sort of been sending out instructions to IPOP members on the street in terms of the Monday sit at home and all of that, seems to be fully, in charge, particularly of the sort of more violent elements within that party. And I just wonder whether releasing Nnamdi Kanu will have the sort of...
And that is Nnamdi Kanu. I'm calling on the federal government to please release.
Do you get it? Do you get it? A young man in Switzerland, as she mentioned, commanding. This is their man. Calling for orders better than Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You see what is in there for us. Trying to let them release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu first. They have no business releasing him. They're holding him. And if you don't get it, the full text, I will find it.
A young man sitting in Finland, Sam Ekpa, who's sort of been sending out instructions to...
He should have been sending out instructions. He should have been sending out instructions for sit at home. And guess what? He turns around and says, sit at home 2 days. That was a signal given to Simon Ekpa. And he picks it up and comes and says, sit at home 2 days. Oh boy. And see how she praised him. Did you get it? When in the other statement, where she said that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu jumped bail, it's only her that will make that statement after the Supreme Court said discharge Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from all charges, that they were all unfounded. And she sits there to say Nnamdi Kanu jumped bail. And you still have these Igbo people sitting on the panel with her, moping like sheep, not saying a damn word, saying the Supreme Court discharged Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and he committed no offense. So it will be improper for you to say that he jumped bail. They did not utter a word. They sat there moping like sheep. It is unacceptable. And this is why Biafrans must not follow orders unless it comes from DOS. This is why Biafrans must not follow any instruction given from Eperima. It must come from DOS and HOD. It was this same lady that asked Obi what he will do to ESN and IPOB. As if there are no disturbances in the West, in the Middle Belt, and Northeast. Their main focus is IPOB and ESN because they know that this is the core issue they have. Not Ekperima in whatever he is. It's not today that they started knowing him for staying in Finland. That statement is very implicated. I like when people say stuff. Listen to what they're saying. You will get them. You will get them. Do you see the chronology, the sequences? That young man sitting in Finland, in control of the violent element. That is those that they go and, massacre. And it's as if it wasn't enough. And this is what she said. Zainab, I did not, this is your own word. And in the other one, you're saying that, where will they release Mazi? Why not? Are you the court? Are you the Supreme Court? All of you have the history of violating international laws. You violate every instruction, every international law. Here you are in the mainstream media carrying the instructions of the Fulanis, and our people are fond of zipping their mouth. Our people are zipping their mouth. Anybody that have the full text of that morning show, drop it down. That is Zainab's comment. You will get what I'm saying. These people have planned it to show, oh yes, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is also, anything can happen, so let it be Simon Ekpa. This is their agent. I picked it up. If I'm wrong, you say so. This is what they are saying. This is what they are doing. And everybody can know that the very much have a way of playing. We told you that they command illegal forces. And yes, Zainab confirmed it. So why hold Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Somebody that has been discharged, acquitted, you are still holding him. And in your own judgment, he jumped bail. That means all of you are not following the law. All of you are not following the extraordinary renditioning crime committed against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. All of you who claim to be in the government violate all international laws known to you. How can people trust you? How can you be allowed to be dictating, not following the instructions? We know our leader. We know who we are following. Turn him loose. Let's decide. On what grounds will you tell people what you think about who should and who shouldn't? We Biafrans make our own decisions. We Biafrans know that Nnamdi Kanu is an upstanding man that will not lie to you. Biafrans will decide when they want to sit at home. When we tell them, for this reason, for such and such a reason, we want you to sit at home. The person in question said, I will come out with Biafra. And when I tell you do this, do it. Don't embark on sitting at home unless it is necessary. And that order must come from DOS and HOD, nobody else. Now this is where it gets very, very mushy. Listen to this lady one more time.
A young man sitting in Finland, Sam Ekpa, who sort of been sending out instructions to IPOB members on the street in terms of the Monday sit at home.
You should have been. Now you get it very well. And these are the instructions you give, and they start murdering people up and down, causing mayhem. They did not mention the introduction of Burundian troops. She did not. All into Biafra land. All the atrocities going on in the Northeast, she did not mention. So these are the instructions you have passed on to Simon Ekpa, to Ekperima. These are the things you're supposed to be doing. The violent elements, which we'll be telling you IPOB is not responsible for. Now she confirms it. When you give somebody an assignment, you say, this is your job, and you're not doing that, say, this is what you should have been doing. Let's go into language analysis. What you expect somebody to do, that's when you say, you should have been doing this. You should have been here by now. Not you will be here, or you would have been. It is your responsibility to be here by now. You should have. So he should have been giving orders. Now all of you understand what we are battling. All of you now understand who is holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And in view of that, get it and see what Soludo said. Then you compare the two, and you fuse one and one together to get two. So here it is in its entirety now. And for those of you that have the video, you see how our people, not our people, Ndibo, Southerners mope like you.
Who sort of been sending out instructions to IPOB members on the street in terms of the Monday sit at home and all of that, seems to be fully, in charge, particularly of the sort of more violent elements within that party. And
in charge of the more violent element. Now, are we right or wrong? Are we right or wrong? These are the unknown gunmen. These are the ones, when they commit the violence, they turn around and say it is ESN. It is Mazi Nnamdi's ESN. They know who they are. They know what they are. And they know who is in charge. They confirmed that he is in charge of the violent element. They pay for. They gave him the money for. So we expect you to come and call sit at home to exert your authority. That's what he meant, what she meant. They plan the coup in any which way they come. And we know who we are. We know what we are. The stinginess in us not to shiver, not to move, not to abandon our leader, not to abandon the struggle, is what causes them nightmare. As we strengthen up ourselves, regardless of the people they send and whatever they try to do, DOS and HOD stands firm. Our main interest is the safety of our people, the safety of Easterners, and our survival, not personal conflict. We did come here to show who I am or who we are. We are here to ensure that we Biafrans survive as a race. All efforts made to extinguish us, wipe us out, have failed. They are still battling us. And we understand. And we must continue to resist. Now, since this is the issue, referendum, will be the prime issue. Now that they are more keen in trying to call for unnecessary sit-at-home, now we are going to call for referendum. Now we are going to ensure that referendum becomes infused in the election. For those that want presidency, let them go for it. For those that want a referendum, let them go for it. Not only one item should be on the ticket, should be two. And any region that wants to that way should do the same. That should be the order of the day. Now they are open. Now they have come up openly to ensure that they thwart our struggle. Now we will come up openly to tell them this is our stand and this is our demand. You cannot be in an entity where you are, you are not wanted and you still want to be there. So please listen to this lady and listen to Soludo. The single thing that links both of them is Soludo saying granting bail. No granting of bail. And Zainab saying he jumped bail. You see the two where they confluence together, where they join together, and that is a no-no. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been discharged and acquitted of all charges, so no bail, excuse me, no condition should be attached to it. It's clear. It's like buying a car with free, clear title. This car belongs to Ekberima. Finland address, signed, conferred to you. That is Ekberima's title. You can't go to say when you get your title, change to another name. No. Anybody getting anything from Ekberima will say, show me your title. Say, this is my title. If it doesn't contain all the entities that should be on that title, it is illegal. That title is unacceptable. If you are acquitted, and it says all charges, or you are conferred a position, all powers and executive order is entitled to you, that means you have been ordered and conferred with this title. You do your master's degree and they say confer you all honors, entitled to it, all of it. You end it. It's conferred to you, and that is why you boast. That is why your head swells. And when he says all charges discharged, no if and but is attached. Zainab, you got no right to say he jumped bail. And Soludo, you shouldn't say if bail is granted, you will take charge of it. There is no condition there. Discharged and acquitted. So before the before the people come finish it now, I'm not going to interrupt.
A young man sitting in Finland, Sam Ekpa, who's sort of been sending out instructions to IPOB members on the street in terms of the Monday sit at home and all of that, seems to be fully, in charge, particularly of the sort of more violent elements within that party. And I just wonder whether releasing Nnamdi Kanu will have the sort of...
and that is Nnamdi Kanu. I'm calling on the federal government to please release Nnamdi Kanu.
To support Soludo call for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will be on the 23rd day of January, and
well, politics and their agents. Now you see why we say IPOB, one family. DOS and HOD, we don't play politics. And this is why they detest IPOB. This is why they detest DOS and HOD. Because all the agents you sent, they've all failed. So you want to impose somebody else on us. You want to impose somebody else. That is not of any concern to us. What we want is for you to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We know who he is. Why are you holding him if he's irrelevant? Why are you holding him if you say that he's a security threat? And Zainab is telling you, Simon Ekpa, the young man. Each time you do, you expose yourself somehow, one way or the other, and we capture it. We'll capture it. And you're calling for 2 days. 2 days, sit at home. Biafrans, now you know. Now you know where your orders should come from. DOS and HOD. Any other person is an agent of the zoo. State of comparison. If you compare the violence attributed to Ekperima, and they have not called for his head, what else are you looking for? They are the ones committing the mayhem and using the name of ESN and IPOB, the fake one. Now you get it. Now you understand. Now you see the statements issued by Emma Powerful and China Sanworu, that there are fake people causing mayhem in our land. And that is why we don't want you to use ESN and IPOB. Use your own name so that we know the people committing the crimes. No, they muted, fused themselves with the real IPOB and ESN, so that you will not know who is who and who committed the crime. And Zainab is telling you, oh yeah, we are the ones. Oh Simon, you should be calling for a sit at home. And they go boom. On the 23rd, I will call sit at home for 2 days. Oh boy, oh boy. This is what we are dealing with. And our people, being intelligent, being very, very clever, ability to understand the traps that have been set for you is very, very important. Avoid those traps and keep on moving. Keep on ticking. Believe and have the hope we are going home. We are going home. There is no reason why they should continue to violate international law and court orders. We will decide our fate, and that is what we are doing. It is not your place to sit down and tell us who you think should be in charge of IPOB. IPOB is not the property of the Fulanis. It's not the issue of the Fulanis. It is the issue of Biafrans. It is the property of Biafrans. When I mean property, all that concerns Biafrans, all the properties that is intertwined with Biafran issue, we should decide it. We should cut our part, just as the Fulanis cut their path to come, kill, and take your land. Ours is to resist and save our land and release our leader you are illegally and unlawfully holding. Turn him loose. He committed no offense. The Supreme Court agreed with us. He did not commit treasonable felony. The Supreme Court agreed with us. He did not incite violence. The Supreme Court agreed with us. He did not try to overthrow your government. The Supreme Court agreed with us. He called for referendum, which is not an offense. The Supreme Court agreed with us. Why are you holding him? There are other people that are more dangerous, Gumi and Co. They have gone underground, hatching their plans. And nobody is talking. Nobody. They are quiet. Then you have groups making statements. They continue to make statements. We will listen, and we will respond. It is our duty. It is our duty to do what we have to do. We will not stay under the shadow of other people. We will not. Our freedom rests with us. Our freedom is in our hand. And the panel is here, so we will join them. And I wish all of you should pay attention to today's program. Welcome to all of you. Good morning and welcome.
This is Mazi Iyke from Newsweek, and I hear from Omaka in the province of Biafra land. Mazi, today we are here once again, like every Tuesdays. Before that, we still have to appreciate our beloved leader Mazi Nnamdi, Kanu, that of memories, Oshi, we praise Anya, and all it do Nnamdi, the wonderful work. Men and women of all radicals all over the world, we say good afternoon, good evening, good morning, and good night, depending on your time zone. We, the IPOB media, so we are here again to look into the matter that is affecting our Biafra land, as well as the Zoological Republic, and debunk most of the lies that are being peddled. With me here, the panelists include today, Madam Mariam Tihira is here, Amote Biafra, our sister, is here, Mazi Patrick Ikem is here, Johnny Money is here, Comrade Ikenga Uragi is here, and our brother George Money is equally here today, and Biafra evangelist Mazi Madabtu is here. We are going to talk extensively on the issue that is bothering to us as a people, the lies spread against us, and the hold of British in our land. We have a lot of topics to discuss. But before then, I will have to marshal out the topic, some of the topics we are going to treat today with this panel. Our topic today includes insecurity in Biafra land, sponsored by politicians, which every one of us can attest to that, and why the West are only interested in Nigeria election, not Nigeria lives. And you ask yourself, does Nigeria life matters to them? And a case should be released as mandated by the Nigeria court, not under any bail or surety of any sort or by politicians. These are one of the topics we are going to discuss today, and we only look into the killing and the burn of the Reverend Father Isaac Archie in Niger State, as well as some of our lies being peddled, interference from the Onyendu families, brothers, because Andy was saying us, and we have to look into all of them today. I'm sure Mazi will have about close to 2 hours to deliberate on this issue today. Am I correct?
Yeah, you have the full hour. No response, but all of you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have to move now. Mazi Manabichuku, Biafra evangelist, can you open the floor for us, please, my brother? Unmute yourself and speak. We make it try 5 minutes at least. Please let us be conscious of our time, so that every one of us here will participate and make his own contribution. Well put. Thank you, my beloved brother. Mazi Manachu, over the floor is open to you, please.
Mazi is not around though. You have to bring him back.
Oh yeah? Okay. He's from the zoo. And Mazi Lochuku. I never knew that alone. Okay, if you're not here, Mazi Judge Money, please. Okay, Mazi Manabutu is here. Mazi Manabutu, please. You know the topic of the day. Can you just open the floor for us, brother? On the things we are gathered here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mazi. Good afternoon from here. Fellow Biafrans all over the world. Thank you for bringing me in. As we are moving, first of all, before I move in other things, I will just go in on the interference of our family members of our leader, because the interference is even going more higher. If you can remember that there was a time, I've not introduced myself, I remain the fearless IBOB evangelist, I'm sorry. So if you can remember, you will know that there was a time that Governor of Abia State, announced that he would be renovating the house of our leader, the palace that was attacked by the army. That was during the burial of the parents of our leader, the late parents. It was towards that time. The same members of the families of our leader went to OKZ and demanded for 50 million naira for the renovation of that palace. That we, the IPOB, we have not even come on the case of that palace. That palace is our case. They demanded for 50 million naira. And OKZ Babzo, being a politician, he don't want to give them the money. They wanted to collect the money in their hand. But OKZ said no. He need to send engineer, a contractor, that is an engineer, to come and check what they work there. And they were insisting on the money, and OKZ announced the renovation of the house of our leader. That palace, OKZ announced it. And they went ahead they said no. They started countering it. But there are the people that went and started looking for 50 million. There are the people that went and started looking for 50 million. When Okeze refused to give it cash, Okeze said he would renovate that house by himself, and they said no. And that's why Okeze now announced it as a politician. So there are appointments in Biafra land. These are interference of our leader's family. Even it happened far back in 2016 when the Abia State coordinator was removed. That one was, they did it with Uche before. The then Abia State coordinator, they did it with the Uche before. Our leader wasn't on that. Before he came, Uche before have removed, suspended Ike Chukugwa. Through the very family of our leader. And when our leader came back, when he came on, after they reported to him, after all said and done, our leader came back. He said, Ike Chukugwa remains as the state coordinator. And the person Sopro that they made deputy, our leader said they made the leader the state coordinator. Our leader said, let him deputize Ike Chukugwa. These are interferences they are doing. And there was another appointment of state coordinator at the state again. That one didn't last that one is highest 3 months. That one came from Kanu direct, that appointment. But since IPOB leadership came in and followed the right step proceedings to bring somebody that will be in Abia State, that person has lasted like 3 years now. From Akwa. You know, so these are the things happening here. That's why before Ike Chukugwa was announced the Biafra National Coordinator, there was our leader gave a long note announcement because our leader was pointing at interference, mostly diaspora interference. But he knew all are included, both the family. Now, nobody should interfere in our matters here, but these people are interfering. They interfered in Ebonyi, and Ebonyi got fire. They interfered in Delta State. Delta State got fire. These things they are doing, we don't accept it. Kanu announced the suspension of Monday State at 2 before the GOS announced it. Is it because you have access to our leader that you cannot allow what the right when it comes to the freedom of our people that are being championed by IPOB? Why not allow IPOB? We have media publicity secretary and we have HOG. These are the people that give us voices. Why is it I didn't see it as a problem of Kanunta if anything went wrong over if they disobey our leader. It is the duty of our leader to punish them. When they announce the sit at home, they allow the first one to pass so that they will give information to our leader how it happened. But the Kanunta announced it, he tweeted it. Kanunta wrote the rumor. Kanunta was the one that incited that rumor through his tweet. Kanunta gave the Nigerian media topic before IPOB leadership announced it. Because Nigerian media started discussing that the sit at home had been suspended. It had been suspended. Monday sit at home had been suspended. And we were waiting for the leadership to say something. When people were bringing the tweet of Kanunta to us, that thing is overspeed. We don't like it. We don't want it in this very struggle. Mazi, I think you mentioned the issue of granting our leader bail. I think that is the second one there. Okay, let me go there. What IPOB have, our primary stand there is that these things have never been changed. 2 primary demands: free Nnamdi unconditionally and give us date for Biafra referendum. And when we started this, the politicians were laughing at them and at us. They told us that the court will decide. They told us that court will decide. Even the president, they told us that the court will decide. And we keep moving upon their tonton in courts. All this tonton, we endured it. All the intimidation by the securities, we endured it in court. Some of them have forgotten. All the blackmailing by Fulani agents sent by Malami to come to the court and carry casket, written down the county terrorists, and we are with their big banner. Even the day they wanted to fight us in court, we have not forgotten. We passed through these things. We faced these things and continued because they presented code to the world. And we agreed because our leader said, I will decide them in their own court. Now, we have endured to the end and we have achieved our victories. Nigeria is showing us, in this very present one, Nigeria is showing us depths of justices. The key, why they kidnap our leader, they say he jumped bell. We trash it in over our verdict. 19th of January 2022. Then they have not obeyed that one. Then we came to October 13, 2022. Appeal Court Abuja, the Sergeant Nnamdi Kanu, and first of all condemned the way our leader was brought to Nigeria. Right now, after these things, they prohibited any court from trying him or any prosecutor or any charges from government against him. The court said no way in Nigeria. Now, again, we continue because we believe in court. We don't have gun. That is self-determination. We will continue to Federal High Court over. Federal High Court said he decided Nnamdi Kanu and he must be returned back to Kenya. When Appeal Court said discharged and acquitted, then let me go in the discharge there. If you come to discharge, there is discharge. One, only discharge, not acquitted. There is caution and discharge, and there is discharge and acquitted. There is also dismiss. Right? I didn't want to go to the stroke out and stroke off and all those ones. Let us handle these ones now. If somebody is discharged, yes, only discharged, the case can be called back again. If somebody is cautioned and discharged, means that the person committed the offense, but the judge had mercy on the person that is cautioned and discharged, may be called back in the case. But this one is discharged and acquitted. I have been in a waiting trial and I have faced capital charge. And I was discharged and acquitted. The day I was discharged, no handcuff came closer to me in that court. I was free going around the court. I was free because I had no case again. My warrant had been stamped and signed by the judge, right? So when you are discharged, you are free. Nobody should bring the issue of bail because we are beginning to understand that these politicians are the same people that told federal government to disobey order of the unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu by Justice Ademola of the Federal High Court Abuja in December 2015, which DSS rearrested Nnamdi Kanu and returned him back to DSS custody. Now we continued. They took the case to the court of Justice John Soho. John Soho discharged our leader again unconditionally. They rearrested our leader again and returned him back to Kuche. Do you know the same politicians? Then Nnamdi was Ohanese and all these governors, they were there. They planned to kill our leader. They now went to the federal government and told them to grant him bail. And he was granted bail. And they came to the house to kill him. And the governors ran around and tag us terrorists. That is to say, they wanted to shut us up. They were afraid. They thought we would retaliate. So to press us down, they tag us terrorists because they were the people that planned for the death of our leader. That's why they went and asked for bail. This time around, this one is now too complicated. Our leader cannot sleep in anybody's house in Nigeria. Do you know why? The court said he should be returned back to Kenya. So if a human being or somebody that went to school claim that he knows something should not open his mouth, somebody like Soludo, and ask for bail. Immediately you ask for unconditional release, you stop there. If you go closer to bail, then you are biased and you don't bring the name of a leader closer to the criminal activities in Biafra land. It's not the key. What we ask is for his freedom. If you know how politicians rose up all these criminals, they should stop it. Stop attaching Nnamdi Kanu's criminality to his name, telling us that he's the solution. He's not the solution. What he came is to restore Biafra, and all of you kidnap him. Don't bring him closer to what has been happening in Nigeria. During the election, there is always political talks.
Mazi, leave it there, okay? We have a lot of topics to take. Let us
thank you.
We'll come back to start.
Thank you.
Yeah, please. We are discussing all this one now. We'll go to our next topic, please. The platform is yours.
Yeah, can somebody take? I'm going to come in later, please.
Okay. If you are not there,
I am here. Can you hear me?
I'm hearing you.
Can somebody else go? I'll come in later.
Okay, Mazi Iyke, over to you, please. Mazi Iyke, because our network is very clear now. Mazi Iyke, please.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I believe we are taking it one after the other.
Yes.
Okay. So I want to first of all thank Biafrans for their resilience all this while, even with a lot of distractions, but Biafrans are still there, standing firm. I also want to thank Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for shouldering all these pains for nearly 2 years now, for us to be free from operations and marginalization. He has given us his own freedom and stayed in prison for our sake. He left everything, his son, his wife, everything to stay there. So I thank him and pray that God continue to guide him and protect him. I remain Mazi Iyke, a philosopher, a teacher, and activist. I want to start with what Soludo said about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Personally, I see Soludo's call for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's release as a campaign game. If we are observant, we will notice that presently Soludo has lost the goodwills of the people. The obedience that always support him whenever we call him out are now everywhere on his page calling him out. I think Soludo is playing on the mind of our people. He decided to play a mind game in order to get our people's support. But we know too well that these days we are now smarter. Biafrans know those that love him and those that don't love him. And never again will anyone use our plight to work on us. They will never use our emotions, what we like and what we care for, in order to fool us into supporting them unnecessarily. And also, most times they play on us, and before you know it, they have gotten into some of our people. Some will be saying, "Hey, why are you speaking against Soludo's call for Nnamdi Kanu's freedom? Why are you doing this?" But there are ways they can use these things to play on us. I don't know why some of us are praising Soludo for trying to play a game on us, using Nnamdi Kanu's predicament to gain to score some political game. We won't let those such things to happen. And not that we are not even against anyone calling for Nnamdi Kanu's release. We just don't want people to start talking about shorty, talking about bail condition, when Nnamdi Kanu has already gotten a court judgment that dismissed and acquitted him. So we're supposed to be asking the federal government to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu unconditional. Just like my brother said, if you are calling for them to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to you, as what? Are they going to release him to you when the courts have already said, free him? The court said free him. You are not more educated than the courts. You are not more educated than the people that sat down and saw that Nnamdi Kanu committed no offense. You are not more educated than people that say, take him back to Kenya, where you took him from. But you turn around. You turn around to play on people, to tell them to. So after the court was acquitted and released him, they are now going to give him to you on bail, so that they will say, this is the bail condition. Who does that? This is why Biafrans should understand that not everybody that calls for Nnamdi Kanu to release is with you. Not everybody that speaks good about Biafra is with you. You must, with everything that's happened from late 2019 till now, we're supposed to understand that these people are not with us. Again, I have to come down to Nnamdi Kanu's brothers. There is something MNK's brothers supposed to understand. Every brothers must understand their position in this struggle. Yes, they are America's brothers. And yet, but we know that in IPOB hierarchy, we don't have anything like America's brothers. We don't have any position like that. Some mischievous people are now making it to look as if we have something like that, but we don't. So they have to understand that this is a struggle, and we have also made it to look in a way that this struggle is something that is different from the way Nigeria does their things. We are not here to replicate what Nigeria is doing. We are here to replicate exactly the state society. I'm not. Look at we bring in not other things apart from the way we're supposed to do it. So we also have to realize that politicians are never part of this struggle. If you want to be part of this struggle, you have to come down and become an IPOB member. So if you are not an IPOB member, you are not part of the struggle. So if one is getting something from the politicians, let him keep it to himself and not bring IPOB to it. IPOB can never stop infiltrators and allow also other people that works like the infiltrators inside IPOB. IPOB has hierarchy. IPOB have those that are in charge. And IPOB believe in command and control. So you cannot from anywhere give contrary points. Now IPOB have already released a press release against Soludo's demand, because Soludo's demand is not pure, and the press release outlined the reason why Soludo's demand is not pure. There is no harm in Soludo calling a press conference, calling people to demand that Nigeria obey court order, but he didn't do this. He went to a campaign ground to do this, and IPOB leadership outlined all these things. Now, only for some people to come out to start saying this and that, thanking this and that and that. Yes, these things are not supposed to be, because I believe there are times I said it once before when all this is started, that our lawyer is supposed to know what and how they present things to our leader. Because when you present something to a leader, because you're supposed to have read the press release from IPOB leadership, and after reading that press release from IPOB leadership, you're supposed to know that this is what IPOB, and common sense must have told you that what Soludo did is very, very wrong, and then you decide to also counter the press release, which you know that is right and good. So these things must stop. Thank you.
Yeah, Mazi, thank you, brother. Thank you. Before I go to Comrade Ikengura, let me make this announcement, please. Our CHK is back in Isiala Ngwa in Abia State, and the area it is covering for now are these: Amachin Zulu, Isiala Zulu, Ntiga, Abunebu, Obaha, Osaka Omofo, and Obikabia and the environs. So if you are within and around this area, you tune in with your transistor radio on 102.1 FM. Biafrans continue to listen where we are progressing, going gradually to other communities, other states, and other local governments. We are going to cover everywhere. Stay tuned. Yeah, Mazi Iyke, comrade, Iyke, please go on. After that, Omote Biafra will take over.
All right, Mazi, thank you very much, and great Biafrans all over the world. I thank you all for tuning in. My name is Comrade Iyke. Of course, you know that I'm from Anambra State. Anambra State is in Biafra land. I am from a place called Uluago. Uluago is in Nnewi. And if you want to locate me, there is a place in Uluago called Umumabu. That's where you will get me. That's where Ikenga come from.
And I don't hide my identity because I'm not a criminal. It's only criminals who come online and say, no, I don't want to say where I'm from because you are not a saboteur. You are not a saboteur too. I'm not a saboteur either. So I don't hide my identity. It doesn't matter how people are trying to hurt me. Even if you hurt me, that will not stop me from speaking the truth. I am against every form of criminality, and I will continue to fight them. Now, let me say something here. I listened to my comrades talking about Chukwumacha Soludo Nwambafu. I must tell you that Detention, Chukwuma Soludo is my governor because I'm from Anambra State, and I do understand him when he speaks. I knew when he make political statements or comments. I can also tell you when he make a serious comment or call it a kind of serious discussion. Now, let me say this. The comment of my governor was political. I understand it. But he knows at some point we need even that political comment or statement. We all here knew that as a governor of Anambra State, you don't have what it takes to shorty anyone in Biafra land, even in the whole of Nigeria, as a governor. And Governor Soludo have made normal, political comments or statements. We just take it, and I plead with others, even if it's just a political, statement. I plead with them to join with him to also, make that political statement because we need it at this point in time. And I want to move to our leaders' family. IPOB is not organization that any entity, group, or person is running. The people in charge of IPOB is the IPOB leadership, and you call them the doors, and the doors are very, very wise. Now, anyone can go online to talk rubbish. If you don't talk rubbish, your payment tax will think maybe you don't have what it takes. Maybe you are no longer relevant in IPOB. So the best thing to do is to go ahead and talk, some rubbish. So people will say, oh, he still knows Socio-political and IPOB. So now, the only thing, my advice to them is to know that someone who is being discharged and acquitted, by the way, I'm in the shop, so if there's any noise on my background, you will please forgive me. Because I'm only trying for fire, I go with them or be job online. And let me continue. Now, those who are making comment, giving press release and stuff, believe you me, some of them are doing this thing for their payment tax to know that Mahaka Soni found them. The only thing that I would like to emphasize and also let the world know, IPOB don't have two channels they communicate. If it's not from IPOB Radio Biafra, believe you me, it's fake. And you can never shorty a man whom have been acquitted of all charges and discharged with ED at the end. But being that some of our brothers online, you can't shorty a man the competent court of appeal have already discharged. You can't shut him. So it's one of those political, statements or comment from my governor. I understand him. He's a very refined politician. And when he speaks, I understand. But I plead with others to even join him, even if it's just political comment or statement. I think their political comment or statement is always welcome, and we thank the governor. We thank him, no matter what. We thank him, but we are still watching them with one of our eyes closed. This is all I have to say now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my comrade. Thank you. Wada Omote Biafra. Over to you, my beloved sister and comrade.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mazi. Okay, sorry. Asiego or something. I don't know how to pronounce your last name. Thank you. Thank you, yeah. I didn't honor to be part of this program today. It's my first time to join, and I think the program did very, very okay. Greetings, Biafrans all over the world. Mazi Aloje, I greet you. Well done. Happy New Year, sir. And make a first of all greet our supreme leader. Land. Every one of us know the situation when we say my decade day today, and all of us they feel the same pain. Even if we know say we no go feel the pain just like him when we say he dey for the pain himself. My name na Barrister Efe Omote Biafra, and I be Robo Biafra from Ugeli North, Orogun Province in Biafra land. Mazi, today's topic, they very, one of today's topic when they interested to me very, very well. Now it get to do with this, our leaders, younger brothers, and this Soludo statement. Before now, I don't want to totally agree before, say, our supreme leader, younger brothers, say they really get as in cockroach for their cupboard due to say the kind of love when some of us get for our leader. But as they go by, are they more convinced say these people, this our leader, younger brother, they're not there to be trusted. As a matter of fact, me Omote Biafra, I they rate these people the way I they rate any other enemy of Biafra. For my own diary, these people therefore as I say they look any other enemy of Biafra. I don't expect everyone to agree with me fully, but I will talk say this our leader brothers that they are among the reason we be say our leader release the date delay. Reason be say every of their activity don't show say that they among the reason where our leader they release the date delay. Now they give the zoo impression say we not there in one accord, and this impression don't dey there since the very day when Omadike they kidnap. Kingsley, when he name na Kanu abi Kingsley.
Go on.
Yes, it doesn't show this impression right from the one say we not there in one accord. Then later when he say the thing favor him from the beginning, he come be like say he play come back. And when he comes they make some utterances, some kind word, I then one of the people when he call him for a program where Mazi Iyke called the host. When he come make one statement say every activities of IPOB say na him dey in charge. I call him for that program, I come correct and say okay, thank God say me call him. Say he go address that issue. He can't address that issue. Meanwhile, wetin that thing wey they do today, now wetin don't fit dey in mind, but when they see how he wanted buy the face and the favor of the Biafran people, but he no fit, then he no get any other option than to continue with wetin Iyke they continue to go. So now, when we talk about the countering of IPOB press release after this Soludo statement, and the people when they among the people when they publish this thing, people when sit there for forefront like lawyers, barrister, when they defend Omadike for against the zoo government, sit there among the people when they make Iyke thank Soludo for trying to intervene for this issue, and that same lawyer listened to Soludo's statement very, very well, and this person there for among the people when they hold ground since how many months I been going to a year plus now, say Nnamdi Iyke never commit any crime, say Nnamdi Iyke must be released, discharged as in without no condition. So how come the same person go sit talk today say if they thank Soludo because wetin dis people take hold us since then be say na court na im go decide Nnamdi Iyke case, na court na im go decide Nnamdi Iyke case. Finally court don decide Nnamdi Iyke case. The same people now come see dey come outside dey let us dey know say na so e be, na so e no be pass. I go point out to the face of our supreme leader younger brother and this particular lawyers dem barrister wey dey involved wey dey run from pillar to post say now say na dem dey give the federal government of the Nigeria impression say we no dey in one accord. They should continue to be holding our leader. They run like say they get one thing wey be say they do for that place. So, but me dey tell them say they dey among the people wey no want Nnamdi Iyke to come outside. I don't know wetin they stand to gain, but from every of the activity, e show say they dey for that people because e no get anything. You no go fit claim say you dey work for people. The leadership wey cover even Nnamdi Iyke. You no go claim say you dey work for them after seeing their press release, then you go still go on your social media handle go dey write another thing entirely. Before Nnamdi Iyke was kidnapped, Nnamdi Iyke no tell us one day, one day discuss about im family, say na so im family get one position or im siblings dey get one position for inside IPOB. Now when Nnamdi Iyke don kidnap since 2021, so now im family come dey carve out as if for Punch newspaper wey dey talk say IPOB Nnamdi Kanu's family comment and thank Soludo for wetin whatever intervention wey be say e wan intervene. Does it mean say Punch newspaper no see IPOB press release concerning that Soludo statement? Abi na the IPOB when Nnamdi Iyke younger brother and this particular barrister that they do now that they talk about, abi na the IPOB when we dey here they talk, so now that they talk about many things there for that place when we say if they give me evidence every day to show say these people are evil and they are playing a very big role for Mazi Iyke to remain in the DSS dungeon in that place. As for the Soludo statement, Mazi, one of our comrades make that statement say when Soludo come outside, even me wey sit down for here, even IPOB at large, we were all accused of having connection with Soludo. Say now we fight for Soludo, now they call a political solution. But as they go by, Soludo start to fail everything, all those in campaign, all those in eye service things wey be saying do. Soludo start to fail. Now Soludo they get hits from the public. Soludo they get hit for the public. I know say one of these things because he know the weight when we hold for social media. You know the weight. Not be only us we want try to get this favor from the public. It don't also they go to stars, that is celebrities. It also they go to celebrities, they carry celebrities, they come for in campaign ground or wait for they do whatever they do. May they come they give speech, may they come they dance, may they do all those things with them. So that Soludo statement, and if Soludo say in they learned, he go not say person where they don't discharge and acquitted, they know they stand shorty for her, they know they give any bail condition. So if Soludo they use Mazi Iyke as a political statement or however he choose to use and pass, it means say Soludo they not go fit exclude Soludo the treatment wey they give to other Biafra politicians. Soludo can never be excluded from it. That is evil and it is very, very barbaric and it is condemnable. Thank you so much, Mazi.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Well spoken. Thank you. Well spoken. Mazi, Judge Money, please. Can you unmute your phone and speak? Judge Money.
Yes. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, great and wonderful people of Biafra, lovers of freedom all over the world. I still remain your humble servant, comrade Judge Money, and I greet you from my location. Of course, our fellow comrade, I greet you all and thank you for making it possible for us to be in this same auditorium this afternoon. So just like my fellow comrade, they have all spoken well, and I agree with all of them, so that what we are doing, because these are our great media warriors that are making sure that everything is intact. I greet all of you. So having that into the issue of Nnamdi family, because I believe is what we are talking about, and Soludo's statement. The shortcomings from Nnamdi's family or their interference towards the leadership opinion. I want to tell Biafrans all over the world that there is something I always say when I do a program. I always tell Biafrans that what I am preaching is my ideology, not my brother's ideology. What I am preaching, even twins, they have different ideology. So some of you who are actually sympathetic or sympathizers of Kanu or any other siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, blindly because you know Nnamdi is uncompromised.
And a fine boy inclusive, and fine boy in that room.
Yeah.
Dining with the politicians, inclusive.
And Emmanuel Kanu as well. You must be, fooling yourself, and you are not yet ready to be free from this mental slavery. Because what we are fighting for is total emancipation of our people and the restoration of Biafra. Because when you look at this, you being sympathetic, it means that one day you are going to be sympathetic to your oppressor. When we are in the quest of freedom, we are not in patriarchal phenomenon. We are in the freedom fighting. This is a struggle. We don't have, we are not in a chieftaincy title or Igwe, or that when this one go, the other one, the son or the brother goes in. We are not into that. And Nnamdi made it clearly that we must obey and listen to the DOS. That is our, structure that we know. Any other structure is a fraud. So in this regard, when we see the statement of Soludo, when I saw that statement of Soludo, it was just that I was actually concentrating on the speech and the interview made by your imposter in Asorok when they granted him interview in USIP, which is United States Institute of Peace, where he actually disgraced every sophisticated people who claim they are sophisticated but does not know that their president does not have any objective. So in that regard, the same president who came to tell us that the political solution is not obtainable for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that the court will decide. The court made a decision and made a pronouncement, discharged and acquitted our leader. The same, person, withhold our leader from being released. He's in contempt of court. And from his statement, you will know that there is nothing in the brain of that man. Whoever that he is in that Asorok. These are the same people that Soludo, who is a professor, is actually, consolidating with his, rubbish. We are in a democracy. I want to actually remind all of you who are Nigerians. We are in a democratic dispensation. And there is no way, as he said, that we have a biggest democracy in Africa, yes. And in that democracy, Soludo, you know very well what is the meaning of discharge and acquitted. And you made your statement that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should be released, that the court has released him. All this while, since the 13th of October, you haven't made this statement. If it is your sibling that has been there, you didn't make this statement after hosting Atiku and then supporting Atiku, fighting your fellow Shinanigan Igbo president.
Mazi Iyke, today is 3 months and I think 2 or 3 days that Onyendo have been discharged. You know that.
You can imagine that.
Well, go on.
You can imagine that. He didn't talk. Only after hosting Atiku, PDP, and now campaigning in a campaign ground, he starts making his political, speech. Soludo, you are always using the brain of our people. Your professorship or whatever title you hold behind your name, is it rooted in manipulating our people? When you were campaigning, you were so humble, calling yourself Soludo Nwambaf. But what happened after you ascending the office? Now you as a professor, you don't understand what is the meaning of discharge and acquitted, that you come to tell President, please release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Why are you pleading with him? You need to demand. It is your right if you are very, very, sincere about what you are demanding for. You want me to clap for you. I don't clap for failure. I don't recycle failure. Many people may agree with you, but I don't. And that is the reason why I am going to descend on Ejimako. Ejimako is captured in this shenanigan. He is not, truthful or sincere to themselves. I don't, many people might not like me the way I speak, but I speak it the way it is. Ejimako is not sincere. How can Ejimako come to tell us that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu thanked Soludo, that I was campaigning and calling for a release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Do you think we are all fools?
Yeah, let me come in here, Mazi Money. Let me ask one question. Who is the lead counsel of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu?
Of course, it is Barrister Fine Jofo.
Thank you. So, is it the right of Ejimako or his lead counsel to brief the what is happening?
Please, Mike Ozekome is the lead counsel for avoidance of doubt, guys. Don't.
Yes.
Yeah. Go on.
Yes, the person who communicates with us is what we are actually talking about. The person who gives us information from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.
Yeah.
So now, thank you for that correction. Now, in that regard, that's why I said that Ejimako is captured in this shenanigan, because when he goes in there acting as if he is our mediator between our Mazi and him, just because he is championing the cause of the infiltrator, one way or the other, just because they are actually, singing his praises on Twitter and every other place in social media. Now, I want to ask Ejimako, what right do you have to come and tell us that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu thanked Soludo, who was making a speech in a campaign ground after 3 months plus of his discharge and acquitted? He didn't make that statement. Only in a campaign ground that he starts saying, release him to me. Who is he to release him to me? These people, if you don't understand what is going on, they are trying to change the narrative. This is exactly what this criminal Ojus Okalu said. Release him, I will stand as a surety. That is when an enemy, this is the same way they colonize your mind. They start presenting a narrative. Gullible people will start buying it. What is standing as a surety? Surety, to stand as a surety, is somebody that the court for still in a waiting trial or being released on bail. They will stand as a surety. This person is discharged and acquitted. What don't you understand in that English spoken by the competent court of appeal in Nigeria, Soludo? Is he releasing it to you so that you use him for your political caricature? We are bigger than that, of course, you know that.
Thank you.
Regardless of your professorship. So, in the regard of Kanu interference with what we are doing, I have said it, if you are being sympathetic or sympathizer of Kanu, just because he's a sibling to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you are bound to be colonized again. I will leave it here for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge Money. Thank you, Mr. John. Well spoken. Mazi Patrick, please, can you speak out before we know if our sister Marian T will be able to speak? Patrick, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mazi. I really appreciate. Well, it's echoing from my end, and I hope.
Go on, we are loud and clear. Go on. Judge Money, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, my name is Patrick Iyke. I'm from Ubuluku in Aniocha, in Anioma, in Biafra land.
It's my pleasure to be here at this moment talking to Biafrans all over the world. I want to wish each and every one of us a happy new year. We are in a new year, a new era, new mentality. Everything will be new for us. I want to say thank you for also giving me the opportunity to be here today. Mazi Iyke. You have been a very diligent, hard-working principal officer, and the pressure you put on everybody is worth commending because you don't sleep. To be frank with you, I appreciate you personally. Thank you very much. Thank you. Every comrade here present today, including our sisters who are also with us, who find their time out of every strict activities of their personal need to be here today. It's a huge sacrifice for everybody, but it's worth making. I want to dive strictly and straight into the discussion of the day, which is the issue of Chukwuma Soludo. But before we even go into the issue of Chukwuma, we seem to have forgotten that Ojo Kanu was the first person to also make this claim of surety that he's ready to keep our leader in his house, in his compound in Igbere or in Abuja, based on what he feel. Because all of them are looking for credence, all of them are looking for relevance. Because these days for you to be relevant politically and otherwise, you must mention Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and if you don't mention Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you mention IPOB. And this bunch of failures feel that anytime they seek relevance in one way or the other, that they have to use the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Anytime they feel that they want to seek attention of their Fulani masters, they will just come up Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, say one thing, and the attention will be drawn to them. But I think it's time we make them understand that we are up to their game as well. When Ojo Kanu made the statement about standing surety, some of us were marveled because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have long been acquitted and discharged according to the court, a legitimate court. It is Nigeria that took him to court. And it is the same Nigeria that said that they are not ready for political solution, that they want the court to, come up with a verdict. And the court have come up with a verdict, and they are no longer confident in the court that they took the case to, trying to manipulate. But why I'm angry is because these people making statement about surety and all that are so shameless that they try to use the issue of surety to cover their shame, because they know they are already feeling embarrassed that they have also been able to prove that they are powerless despite their political positions in the zoo called Nigeria. They have all been rendered powerless. So what they are trying to do is to show relevance, because under normal condition, these are people who are supposed to stand up and ask the Attorney General to do the needful by releasing mass, but they don't have that capacity. So when we look at the story of Soludo in recent time, he has completely lost favor in the sight of the people. He made a statement about his colleague and his fellow politician who is also seeking for presidency, and the kind of response he's getting from people, in fact, he's feeling ashamed of himself and he's seeking for redemption. This is where the issue comes in. When they fail, when they make mistakes, they want to use Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to seek redemption, because they know that as soon as they mention Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, as soon as they mention IPOB, our people are easily brainwashed. Our sentiments are easily manipulated. Now that he has talked about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, he has already gotten the validation from weak minds and feeble-minded people. And that is where the issue of the siblings of our leader comes in. This is a man who went to DSS custody to meet our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And he went there to plead with him to give a statement as regard to seeking, directive for the people to cooperate so that he will be able to win election and run his government effectively. But when Mazi Nnamdi was acquitted for the past how many months now, he has not been able to come out and tell the world that, that the federal government should do the needful. He is in a position as a governor to come out and champion the freedom of the unconditional release of our leader Mazi Nnamdi. For the past 10 months, some of them kept quiet. None of them have said a word in public. Now that they are doing their political maneuvering and manipulations and campaign, they want to use the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Why? Because they are also seeking the vote of our people. Because when you just mention Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as if you are speaking in his favor, our people will start loving you. So what you saw him do was to use the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to run campaign. Not that he's interested in Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's release in truth and in spirit. Absolutely not. They know that the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a name that could be used to merchandise. And that is why you also see some infiltrators doing the same thing. Even infiltrators understand that when you use the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you draw the attention to yourself and the sentiment of our people to yourself. So everybody...
Mazi Patrick, hold it there. Mazi Patrick, I know you might or might not be aware of the posters going around the Enugu province of Biafra land, where the infiltrators have printed their poster, sharing it everywhere. That poster have the name of our dim Odmeguchuku is there, the photo is there, Mazi Nnamdi Okuchukwu is called is there, and that in Finland is there, and they're sharing it and they're chanting in Biafra land that there is no election in Biafra land. Why they do it? I must say that this reminds me, please, we have to use this opportunity and tell Biafrans in the whole of Biafra land, especially those of them in Enugu, anybody that is sharing that poster in the church, in the park, in the school, anywhere, they should give that person IPOB treatment. He is the enemy of Biafrans. Go on, my brother. Thank you. Go on.
Mazi, I'm telling you that if you want to sell any merchandise today as it stands, all you just need to do is to put the name and face of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on that product. And it will start selling.
Yeah.
And it will start selling, even if it's made in China or made in Taiwan, even if it's fake. Because the infiltrators have already shown us how you can use the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to manipulate, and the likes of these politicians understand that for them to win election, they have to speak in that direction. Free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They were even, all we are saying, give us Kanu. Why? Because they want to draw the sentiment of our people to come and vote for them. Not that because they are interested in Mazi Nnamdi Kanu freedom, because if they are interested in Mazi Nnamdi Kanu freedom, they know what to do. They will all stand up and speak truth to power. But they are using the name of Mazi Nnamdi to campaign.
Mazi, conclude there. We go to other conclude, my friend.
Yes.
So let's
So let me just dive very fast in the issue of the leader, the family of our leader. It's very, very unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate that this is a family that have made a very big sacrifice in this struggle. Their parents putting all their lives on the line, but today they have become a package of disappointment. Seeking financial inducement left, right, and center with their politicians, standing against everything that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu built in the name of a personal interest. They are even creating their own media warrior to fight IPOB leadership, which they have also tried. They have tried to recruit me personally. Through their proxies, left, right, and center, until I discovered what their intentions were. Today, I am at war with them. I'm no longer their friend because I stood on my ground and said that our leader had a structure that everybody, and he gave specific instructions that we must follow the structure that he had built. So why should somebody from the side want to come come and tell me otherwise. Most of the court cases we have today, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu family took British government to court. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu family took Kenya government to court. These are cases that are supposed to be handled directly by the indigenous people of Biafra. But because of certain personal interest and I don't know benefit that somebody is seeking, they want to make everything a family affair and business. You know, at the end of the day, what is the result? You know, so looking at it, then is it not institution that is supposed to be suing institution? How can an individual sue an institution? It doesn't make, individual can sue institutions, but you have a more bigger chances and possibilities when you do it in a more vast and more broader and more sophisticated way, using already existing structure that the world knows all about already.
Thank you.
But because somebody who want to show that he's there, you know, and this is the reason. This is the reason why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was also kidnapped in Kenya, and they decided not to communicate to the leadership. That is to show you that the hatred for IPOB leadership had even started before Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped in Kenya. The battle against this leadership had been there even before Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That was why the person who is a family member, refused bluntly to inform the leadership that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped, because he was already built hatred and, you know, disdain. So we are not surprised most of the things they are doing today. Mazi, I'll be standing by. Thank you for giving me the opportunity once again.
Thank you, beloved. Well spoken. Thank you. Are you available now to speak?
Mazi, good morning. I've been available. What happened is that I was just getting up. If you can speak in the sense
I know it's my time. There are no points. No points. Go on, my sister.
So, good morning, Mazi. You know, I have the highest respect to you and to all the leaderships. I'm invoking everybody at the same time because I'm looking at the time. Mazi, I must be good morning, sir. Good morning to our Hamadike, the leadership, all protocol observed, and my fellow comrades, speakers, fighters, whatever, however we address ourselves. My name is Marian T. Hyder. I'm from Umuno Harmonizing Mbito local government, but I'll be speaking from Maryland this morning. Now, you know, what is happening is fascinating. I will try to go to the genesis from my own perspective, what is unfolding before our eyes. Let me put up this claim. I'm calling it a claim. I am a conspiracy theorist. Write it down somewhere. It does not mean that every of my conspiracy theories are correct, but I'm betting myself, or I'm telling us, that 90 to 95% of my conspiracies come true when it comes especially to criminal profiling, which is another thing I do. Let me jump into it. Let's take a backdrop of what we're witnessing. What is happening now, the topic at hand, Soludo's statement, Ojo's Okalu's statement, and I will try as much as I can to compact them, because what I have in my mind are a lot. I've been processing them. Is what I will qualify as this: high rolling political complex abracadabra. That's what is happening before us. What do I mean? Let me start from somebody traveled to Nigeria recently. A close relative of Mazi in the name of Master Prophet. We must go. But what is happening has undertone. Have we asked ourselves, why did he travel? When he traveled, he did not let anybody know. When he was there, he did not let anybody know. But it was convenient for him and our lawyer Jumako to parade themselves, made a video, which when he confidently came back here, went to Germany, he showcased that video. I want you guys to go and pen this somewhere. What is happening? That trip, Master Prophet or Prophet took, is the genesis of what is unfolding right now. Write it somewhere. Another thing I want to, and I'm going to come and clear that. Now, ask yourself, Master Prophet has been trying to project himself as this in-law that loves Mazi so much. In fact, he loves Mazi more than anybody. Every other person, DOS are criminal, DOS are this, Mazi is not taking instruction. Even though he's not a registered member of IPOB, this man has tried to project. In fact, he runs a program with his wife, so-called sister of Mazi Kanu. He traveled to Nigeria. He did not occur to him. He did not deem it right or fair or necessary to go and visit Mazi in the detention. He didn't do that. But he had time to run around the whole Nigeria. I'm mentioning this point because I want to trigger us to start thinking. This is not just about Soludo. This is a bigger conspiracy theory going on. Now, he came back. Look at, connect the dots, the sequencing of the time, events and time. You will see, you begin to make sense. He comes back, paraded, showcase all those nonsense with our law. What are we hearing now? Socio comes out to make his statement. He is ready to be a shorty. In fact, he can take him in like Mazi is a child. I'm ready to take him and keep him. That was an insult. But Kanu, Master Prophet, Mazi, sister, brothers, even this one you guys call Meme. They didn't see that as an insult that a grown man, the leader of indigenous people of Biafra, is being addressed as, I'm going to take him and keep him. What do you mean? That was derogatory. That's number one. But there was another statement Socio made there. There was a time I made that statement on Mazi George Money. Somebody called and threw me out. Socio made it that day and nobody called it out. He said, I was the one that installed their father as the king. It's powerful. Why? Because he's trying to tell you that I have a big hold on this family, or I have a big influence on this family. That was why he started that statement. It was not important. Mazi's parents are not alive today. The father is not alive. Why was this necessary for Socio to let the people know that I appointed the father the king? Nobody said anything. No. Those who called on George Money's platform did not call. They have not made a statement. Let me go. I'm not chiding anyone. Now he makes that statement. Immediately he made the statement. Soludo comes out with his own. Let's talk about surety. You want to surety or invoke the word surety. Can we see what it means? A surety is a person who comes to court and promises to supervise. That's my anger. Supervise an accused person while they are not out on bail. Now, let me give out the bigger conspiracy. UN told Nigeria, gave them a mandate that they must release Ahmadike even before the verdict we secured at the appeal court. The time has run out. It was December. We're talking about connecting the dot of time and sequencing of events. So I can bet us that UN are beginning to put pressure because the time has elapsed. So now see the high rolling game here. Soludo is a learned man. He understands what it means. One of the things they are doing now is they begin to parade this narrative, surety, which stupidly, of course they're not stupid, like I'm going to talk about their game. Mazi's siblings family have immediately keyed in with Aloy Ejumako. They are presenting a story. If you buy into it, that means that Mazi is not free. Because you cannot shorty a free man. That is why I read it. Said a surety is a person who comes to court and promises to supervise an accused person while they are out on bail. Aloy Ejako is a lawyer. He's supposed to be a learned man. He understands the lawyer's language. For him to go out on a public domain and be soliciting that Mazi should be granted shorty is a shameful thing. If it's in America here, there should be an uproar and he must be cited ethically or debarred. I'm calling for that. That man has been a nuisance. He knows what he's doing. Now, if you can buy to this narrative, You are giving Nigeria something they will hold on to. So now Mazi is not going to be a free man. Mazi will be released on bail. This tells you that both Mazi's siblings, as well as Ejimako, do not want Mazi to be a free man, because one thing is going on here. Mazi has become a cow cash for a cow that can milk anytime they need the cash. That's one thing going. That's what's going on here. Now, when Malami said, after Mazi was discharged and acquitted, Malami said, some people told me, he said, I am going to talk to some people if I can release Mazi. He came back and those people have told him, I'm telling us now, whether the leadership like it or not, you guys can stop me from speaking on your platform, but the truth must be told. Mazi's families, they know what happened to Mazi. Somehow, Ejako is part of this conspiracy right now. I'm not saying he was at the beginning, but when they brought him in, they corrupted him. We cannot allow this narrative of surety to hold. They are trying to give Nigerian government a soft landing, because where they are now, Mazi has become a hot potato in their hands. They have found themselves in a state of quagmire. The United States, UN is coming hard on them, blowing on them behind their head. So now they're trying to look for a soft landing. Let me talk about Soludo. Soludo recently came out and took a serious wipe on Obi. I'm not interested in all the political debates. Let's diagnose these things objectively and look at what the political game they're playing here. This is what they're playing, is serious chase. And it's not even a chase, political chase on a lower level. It's on a master's level. You must take a deep leap, a deep breath, look into what is going on. You begin to discern and dissect them. He took a serious wipe on Obi. That was intentional and deliberate. That was why Ohaneze came out and made a statement, because I think some of them understood what Obi was like, what Soludo is trying to do. Soludo now is trying to set himself for potential political gain. It's not for now. What he's doing now, he's setting the stage. The same thing he did when he went to that booking, whenever they're launching a book launching, and made a statement. He was preparing for this governorship. He's a crafty man, he's a smart man. That's what he's doing now. He's planning for a future political game. So Mazi is supposed to be part of the factor. Because when he made that statement, when he chided Obi, he tried to take Obi out of the equation. So the battle is between the APC and PDP. That is why you see, what is his name? Ojus Okala, I believe he representing APC. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. And now you see Soludo representing PDP. So to them, Mazi has become a political gamble, object they can use to advance their political advancement. Now, I heard on this platform now, and I believe it's a correct statement or news. Atiku just visited. Do you guys think it's a coincidence before all this started happening? These are part of the conspiracy. Let me go to the Mazi family, because I don't think I have so much time to speak. It's something I can give a whole lecture on. Yes, I was exposed last 2001 or early 2002 by these people trying to play this game. That individual if the individual hears me, he know what I'm saying. I'm going to call him out at the right time, but I want him to know that I understand where he's coming. This individual told me in confidence that was when there was something I was doing that will factor into Mazi's release. This individual told me, leave Mazi to be there. We, the family, have a plan. One of our plans is this: Mazi can be, let them tell him whether it's 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years. When Buhari's regime goes off, the new political people that will come in, we will work with them to release Mazi. Think about this statement. I told him no. Mazi does not need to be in jail or detention for 2 years. He said no. That's because you know what? Mazi's family are looking for political appointments. You guys must go and write this down. These guys are doing with politicians. If right now they are looking for political appointments, that's why they're working with these two major political parties, because it's obvious to them that Labour Party will not win. So they're trying to play it smart. If Atiku wins, he will appoint them. If APC wins, they will get appointment. Go and write my statement. We cannot allow this to happen. I have been telling the leadership, this dance they're doing with the family, I don't get it. Somebody like Kanu must be removed from this IPOB. If you guys want to make a headway, he has to go. He's a cancer. He continues to poison the system. You cannot keep him there. So what they're doing now, that and I know he has been keyed into it, what they're doing is a clear route, clear-eyed action they're taking. Mazi is to be sold to the highest bidder right now. Now, let me say, I'm going to finish. That's what I told you. They want to say Mazi without his consent for Aloye Ijako to run out and begin to thank Soludo. As a learned man, he forget that he's trying to put Mazi in a bondage again, because if he shorting him, that means Mazi is not free. IPOB will continue to spend money, because that's another way they're cashing their cow. Mazi cannot be allowed to leave Nigeria for his medical attention, so we are back to square one. That's what these bastards are trying to do. Now, for me to stop here, to end, because I'm really mad and angry, because I'm watching these things playing in plain sight, and I don't know why we cannot take the bull by the horn and stop this foolishness once and for all. I don't understand it. We cannot be dancing this dance like we're in the moonlight dancing, and we're watching these idiots, bastards, in the name of Mazi, come out and defend myself, in the name of siblings or whatever, trashing Mazi's this thing, hard work. And other people's hard work. People have died in this struggle, continue to die. No, these people do not understand that what they're interested in their political gain and whatever financial gain they think they are getting. What I'm saying that Mazi's family, including Nenanya and Lloyd, they are in this bargain to trade Mazi as the highest bidder for political appointments and money. Writing somewhere at the fullness of time, like I said, I was exposed to this conversation. Most likely, I have it. If not, I know I can call that person out and let the person come and debate me. So this is the genesis of what is going on. It's not about, forget about the emotions. I've had my current crowd talking about, this is a serious political game they're playing. They want Mazi to be the pawn. Give the Fulanis a soft landing so that I can, Bahari at the end, release Mazi. This is not released. This is going back to square one. And then Mazi's family will come as a hero. Now, another factor element we must look. I'm going to finish here. I remember that talk. Ask yourself, why are these events now unfolding? Even though it started by somebody traveling to Nigeria. That's part of the genesis right now. That trip Master Prophet took, it was political. That's when they went and certified what the arrangement with politicians. He can take me anywhere and I'll prove him that I'm right.
You're right, because do you know that in that Carlo home in Afro-Quebeco, do you know that the top politician do breathe in there? They don't have meeting with him in there. Go on. You are right.
Mazi, I will not be surprised, because if we all can recall, it's a public domain information. Mazi was given a bulletproof vehicle by these governors sometime in the past. Mazi rejected that vehicle because Mazi knows that that's compromise. When you begin to receive, you can call it gift. They are trying to cage and compromise you. What happened? These crazy men went behind and took that vehicle. That's the vehicle he's using now. But let me not lose my thought. Look at the sequencing of events. Even though Master Prophet traveled to Nigeria, which is with Aloye Ijako, that was when they solidified with the politicians all this nonsense we are seeing now unfolding. It's not a coincidence. Follow the event, follow the timing. The second thing is that now he took the general to court in Germany and he has boomeranged on them. This action you see now was not supposed to come out now. All this thing of audios of Carlo, it was not supposed to timing. We forced them to begin to speak earlier. Because of this, the case of general is factored into this. Because when Carlo that went to court, it backfired. Biafrans are not happy. So what do? They want to bring this to change the narrative. To begin to see the family as they care. They have not cared. They will never care because they are what? Gullible, unpathetic, unsympathetic, selfish, stupid, idiotic morons that all they care about is their self-centered life. They don't give a fuck, excuse my language, a damn about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The more Mazi is in jail, the more they're benefiting. They want to use Mazi for political appointments. Write it somewhere. Let any one of them challenge me, especially the person that's speaking of. He knows what I'm saying because I had that conversation with him. Let them all go to hell.
You're right. Thank you, my sister. You're very right. You're very right, my sister. Mazi Alozie, coming now. Do you have anything to say before we move to the next topic?
If you have anything, I have a lot to say. I have a lot to say, but the thing is, I like all the fireworks going on, so I have a lot of time to say it, so I will give them chance to say what they want to say, because all this conspiracy, from the analysis I made before they came in, you saw the Fulani host, Zanebi, whatever her stupid name is, you saw what she said about Perryman, what they expected from him. And if you put all together, you see the conspiracy that linked to Soludo statement with the release and all that stuff. So when you're talking about all these conspiracies, which of course is a big revelation, it will be proper for me to disturb the flow of the fireworks. Okay. So let them bring it out. Let the people, they hear me every day. So please give us some more.
Thank you, my beloved. Thank you. We move on now. Biafrans all over the world, you are still listening to Radio Biafra USA 1, be anchored by Mazi Alozie. We are here with our medias, discussing and enlightening all of you about development, both favorable and unfavorable, in Biafra land and as well as the core Nigeria as a whole. Now we are going to look into this topic. I said it before, but it's like we're scared. Insecurity in Biafra land, sponsored by politicians, confirmed. All of you can confirm that. And why the West are only interested in Nigeria election, not Nigeria lives. Now you ask yourself, does Nigeria life matter to them? This is the topic we are going to look into now, and the last topic we are going to talk during our closing remarks should be the burning and the killing of the Reverend Father Isaac Achi. This is Igbo man, of course, by his name of Biafran, to death in Niger State. But meanwhile, let us go to insecurity. And sponsored by politicians in Biafra and the silence of the West in what is happening in the whole Nigeria. Why are they silent? Why are they interested in only Nigeria election, not Nigerian lives? Does Nigerian lives matter to all of them? Mazi Madabuchu, Biafra evangelist, please come once again. 3 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mazi. You have said it all, but we'll continue saying it. The very insecurity, our brothers said it is, what is it called? Artificial insecurity in our land was very well planned because the politicians never came against it. The only time they can try to be active on that very issue is if IPOB will be implicated, if the name of IPOB will be mentioned. That is why all this propaganda and acting on film against IPOB by the Nigerian securities in our states, in Biafra land. I have never had a governor that said, we have investigated so thing that we have from Nigerian army that happened in my state, so arrest, so thing that they said is IPOB. We have investigated, yes, we discover it is true. You cannot hear from any of the governors. Now, traditional rulers that government have been given allegations and said that so thing happened in your community. IPOB, ESN, IPOB. We never heard from the community or the traditional ruler to say that so thing happened here. These things were arranged. That is why I continue to ask Nigerian media and Nigerian Southeast governors, especially them, why is it that you don't even talk about the fighting of criminality by ESN and IPOB?
Mazi, let me give you all a lead on this topic. Just give me a second. there was the killing of Army Staff General in Abuja. It was merely mentioned, not barely, it was merely mentioned that he was ambushed and killed. At the same token, yesterday, there was the invasion of Onitsha by Nigerian troops, disturbing and ransacking markets that they are looking for a naval officer that was kidnapped. Now, if they can ransack and disturb everybody, what did they do in Abuja where somebody was actually killed? Do you see inequality when it comes to security? So in Biafra land, shoot and threaten, but if it happens elsewhere, it's mere mentioning it. No harassment, no tumultuous affair. But if it is in Biafra land, you have inequality. So I hope you should focus on that when you're applying the security issues, who creates it and how it affects us. As if you reference it to other, excuse me, like in the north or in Oduduwa land. So that's what just the direction I want to give to you. So go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, this, like I was saying, these things are being carried on by the politicians because they have planned this very well, knowing that they want to hide the identities of their political talks. Because they knew that a name should be used to replace their political talks. That is IPOB or ESM. That is why they welcome every terrorist in our land. Do you know that governors welcome Fulani terrorists officially, not in the name of army, not in the name of police, not on uniform. Normally as terrorists, they are aware that terrorists are in this land. And the terrorists will be deployed into their states because they are working in hand with the securities. If something happens in Biafra land, it will be very easy for them to come within 5 minutes. They will tell you it is IPOB, it is ESM. In the next tomorrow, they will bring out 2 people. They will tell you they have captured them. This was the one that did it. This was the one that did it. But for long, it has been happening in the north. We never had army chief was massacred, was shot down. Was it in Kaduna? What is it called? Atahiru. The then army chief. They say it's a plane crash, but bandits killed him. So many terrorism in the north. Nobody has been arrested. Nobody, no attacking of villages. You will see Gumi, Sheikh Gumi, even telling people that they should vote for people that support banditry. If Abaribe can be threatening for citing a bell for Nnamdi Kanu, why is Gumi even talking about not releasing Nnamdi Kanu? Who is Sheikh Gumi? That is to say, Nigeria is overrun by terrorists, and Nigeria is a terrorist state. Sheikh Gumi is a terrorist. Bantami is a terrorist. Have they been called out? The answer is no. But Nnamdi Kanu has been decided they are keeping him. Now, what are they planning? They have planned with the governors to keep killing us. And they get them go ahead of that to bring out anybody and say it's IPOB. So this insecurity is getting much. And they are targeting on 2023 election. How to implicate IPOB, but we have defeated them. But they insist on destroying our land. Now they are planning to attack things. They are sharing flyers. We have condemned these flyers before. We have condemned the poster because the poster have no identity. That poster they place the future of Nnamdi Kanu and one idiot in Finland and the Ojukwu have no address. You cannot say that social group signed it. Social group printed it. What you see there is it WOC writers and the tweeters? Nothing. You can, if you look at go and if you see that very poster that Tinubu printed and gave to them, Tinubu printed, there is no name. Even the name of the idiot in Finland was not added there. No name added there. That is to say it is political. The politicians are involved in that posters. So all these things is to create insecurity because their duty is to tell him what to do and their duty is to tell their idiots who to kill. So that is what they are planning. It is just to kill us again. So thank you. That is what I have to say about this security.
Yeah, Mazi man, I should play before I go to the next person. I want us to listen to this now. Please, Mazi, permit me. Let me play this.
Good morning. Good morning, my fellow Nigerians. My name is Abubakar. I'm just coming out from Maiduguri right now. You people don't know what is trying to come. You people don't know. You people don't know Nigerians. You people don't know what is coming. My friend, I just been gone down. Oh God. You people don't know. Wallahi, tallahi. You people don't know. You people should go back home and share back this country. Nnamdi Kanu is right. Wallahi, Nnamdi Kanu is right. They are preparing some people. They are preparing some people. In Maiduguri camp, there is a big camp in the forest where they are preparing some people. The Boko Harams are training them. The British Army, they are the people training these people to take over Nigerians from you people. You people should go back home. Mr. Peter Obi, please go back home. Go back to your people. Go back to your people. Yoruba people don't be deceived. Go back home. I've been running inside the bush, inside the forests, day before yesterday. Me and my colleague, we have been running inside. You don't know these people all over the forest here. They're all over the forest. These people just need another 4 years to round up all the half-started since Muhammadu Buhari and become the president. You people should go back home. Nnamdi Kanu is right. You people don't know what he's trying to do. No. You people don't know what he's trying to do. People should go back home. Yoruba people, go back. Don't be deceived that your brother Tinubu is going to become the president. You people don't know what is coming. You people should go back home. You people should go back home. That man Nnamdi Kanu is right. Go back home. Yoruba people, don't be deceived that Tinubu, your brother, is going to become the president. No. These people have plans. They have plans, big plan. But you people don't know. You people are being blinded. Every day they are importing thousands of people from Niger Republic through Sokoto. They are entering into Nigeria. They are forming a very big army in the Maiduguri forest. I escorted one of our children and I just overheard what I saw. Oh my God. Oh Allah. I saw what I saw with my eyes and I never believed it. I saw the 60 armor tanks they brought. I saw the 60 armor tanks Nigeria Buhari brought from China. I saw the air to Kanu. I saw weapons, plenty of them over there. Oh my God. And all these weapons, we the Nigerian army have been saying, we are these weapons. Let us fight these Boko Harams so that we will be free. But not knowing they are buying it for them. You think all the loan they have been collecting from China, they have been collecting from US, they have been collecting from different countries. You think they are sharing it among themselves? No. They are using it to buy weapons for the Boko Harams so that they will Islamize this country. I am a Muslim. Yes, I'm a Muslim. I'm an Islam. Yes, but my wife is from Port Harcourt. My wife is from Obibo. I worked there before, and I fell in love with her. Her name is Insecurity. But she's over there with my children. I don't know this is what they are planning to do. And we, the Nigerian armies, have been using our life to protect these people, thinking they are old. Oh my God. Imagine you people in Yoruba, those generals of you people, they have been giving them money. They have been giving them money. They have not been touching you people. They have not been harassing you people. They have not been doing you any sort of things. Only the Igbo people. Only the Igbo people. And they have been telling people to maltreat the Igbos. They have been telling people to marginalize the Igbos. They have been telling people to do different things to the Igbos people. That they are evil people. That they are evil people. For You people don't know that it's their God that is protecting them. It's their God that is protecting them because their hands are crazy. That's why they want Mr. Nnamdi Kanu over there. They don't want to leave him. Nnamdi Kanu is right. Nnamdi Kanu is right. You people should go back home. Mr. Peter Obi, go back home. Go back to your house. Don't come out for this presidency because you will never win it. I love you, Mr. Peter Obi. I've been hearing some.
Yeah, Biafrans, I think everybody have had it. When we are talking about insecurity, this is it. I just played that clip. So we have to continue our program for all of you to hear it. Because you see, you've had it all. This is the zone and the people that are serving Nigeria. This is one of them. And don't forget that British is telling them there. I don't want to leave it because the clip is too far. If you need it, I send it to you, of course. You requested it the other time. It's in your platform. You can play it probably anytime. And I think we're going to put it in MP to start playing.
I've played it about 4 times, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we put it so that our people let them hear it. Mazi Iyke, you put it on mute your phone and speak on this. There were 3 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. The time the clip was playing, I nearly went emotional, but we cannot be all that emotional because we know what we are doing. So like I always say, the insecurity in Biafra land is sponsored by politicians, and that's exactly why I call it an artificial insecurity. There came a time when politicians can now mask whatever they are doing under the umbrella of freedom fighting, IPOB, yes, and that's exactly what they are doing. We know that insecurity, in fact, politicians have been murdering people, but right now they have the opportunity to do it and hide it, and now they are doing it with, just like the Biafra evangelist say, that the insecurity, they are doing it, 1, because of election, 2, because they want to stop this noble movement. That is exactly why they are doing it. So, but we have to know that what they do is they recruit infiltrators, they prey on the emotions of people, and also push them into crime. But all these things, with them, they wanted IPOB members to be committing crime, doing a lot of things. But today, IPOB defeated the infiltrators, and their game is changing. Their blackmail, if we look at it now, we notice that their blackmail is no more sticky. Before, whenever they do it, the blackmail will stick, people news will carry it and all those things. But IPOB have tried to debunk every blackmail they have placed on IPOB. And IPOB have done it. So now, they are now so confused. At least people now cannot say that they don't know that politicians are the ones behind all this problem. Even the things that happen, because when events starts to happen, we understand who are behind it. 2 events have already happened at this time. We saw the attack on Hakim. This attack on Hakim shows that politicians are behind whatever that is happening in our land. But we have to imagine for instance, that attack on Hakim was successful. At least by Vanguard, everybody will be making comments. These politicians will make progress, and Vanguard will carry it. In fact, they will say that Hakim murdered by IPOB ESN. And the whole world will see it and use it to. In fact, but I know that they are not fueling the war, because I believe that international communities, they know exactly what is happening in Nigeria. But what they know is that what they do is that everybody is just pretending, picking up what Nigerian government is telling them. Also, the attack on the Ike, the attack in his house, burning of his house and killing of his uncle is also orchestrated by the same government. So now everything is now clear. They are no more hiding. That is why our people must understand what is going on. That is why our people must try to understand that they are doing this in order to blackmail us. All those things they are doing, the posters they are creating, putting Nnamdi Kanu's picture on it, while Nnamdi Kanu have told us with his own mouth that he wants Biafra land to be peaceful. So why are you shouting no election? And I want to use this opportunity to educate our people on the difference between no election and election boycott. IPOB officially called for election boycott in the election of 2019 because election boycott is legal. It is legal for one to say that I don't want to vote again. But when you say no election and you are calling for destruction of election, that one is illegal. So they are using all these things to make sure that they put a question mark on the struggle. They put a question mark to try to pull us down. But I want them to understand this thing, that Biafra freedom is already an ideology. And millions of Biafrans has been impregnated by this same ideology. And this same ideology is not what mere blackmail we stop. So I plead with Nigerian government to stop killing their policemen, to stop killing their own politicians, just to stop IPO, because you cannot stop. This is an ideology. Freedom is a fundamental right of everybody. So you cannot stop it by lying to people, by wasting the life of your people. Biafrans, life is sacred to every Biafran. So killing your people, stop killing your people and penning down on IPO because it cannot work. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Thank you, Mazi Iyke. Omote Biafra. Tada Biafra. Can you unmute your phone, please? Omote?
Mazi, I'm here.
Go on, my sister. We're discussing about the insecurity in Biafra now, which you know very well. And
yes. Yes. Mazi, thank you very much. You see, this insecurity issue, when we say it is for Biafra land, when most people won't try to twist the narrative. Now something when we say, even the enemies, when they try to put on IPOB, on the Biafra struggle, then they self know say now then they behind all this insecurity. Before now, everybody for Nigeria, for the zoo called Nigeria, that they advise them, say, defend yourself. No political leaders, because the thing, you can't get to a stage where we say the thing can't shock them, they not fit can't hide them again. So they go, they create what they call a security network for different region for that place. So this time around, where they can't take kidnap or Madike, where they can't take kidnap or Madike, now they can increase the insecurity, especially for Biafra land. Before Mazi Nnamdi Kanu kidnap, now like Fulani kidnapping, we they see for inside bush, for highway, people they travel and all those things. But this present one they call they do for behind Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, so now the one way be said then they said they do to achieve something. Waiting be that thing. The thing now to thank IPOB terror movement, the thing now to turn the minds of our people against the movement, the thing where they start try to achieve now to see something where we say they go take hold or Madike. But thankfully for the help of IPOB leadership and IPOB media warrior and good Biafrans at large, we know the tactics where these people they do. If not, by now another story now for the hear about insecurity where we say these people they use in their hand they cause. Last time I make a video when they talk about somebody will call me, the person they live for Igbocha, he call me, he call they tell me about waiting Eziohia, Asare Tokubo and co that they do for that place. Say then they said they among the people when they go they cause this insecurity for that place. Say this insecurity when they hear, so especially when they burning of house for everywhere, according to the person when they give me the information. So he said they for the do even from the so-called south. He said, but the reason when they say they not go do for that place because at the end of the day, maybe they'll call it measure ESN, they'll call it measure IPOB, or they call it measure is a Biafra struggle. May not be say that word. The South people are not in this struggle. The so-called Niger Delta, they are not in this struggle. The struggle for Biafra is for the only Igbo people. So that narrative cannot be changed. So they can't do make it be say all the forces, both the ones in the riverine area and the ones who are there for the hinterland, they can't put the forces together because they're not saying at that place maybe the heartbeat of the struggle. So they can't carry the forces together, they can't carry and go for Satis, make the minister say the place can't be born. But what did they make me they happy on daily basis say bad as things don't bad reach. The large number of Biafran people know say all these things are not be done by indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB under the leadership of Mazi Iyke Kanu. These things are not be done because they happen because of say we they fight for struggle in a way go take affect us. Rather now our enemies now they use these things till when they use this thing till they fight us. Today now you go see and say anything will happen, you go to hear IPOB name, but people there for social media when they make all these threats, just like you talk just now say they go they post picture, they put our leader name picture, our leader picture, put our Dume Gojuku picture, they can't put one lunatic person picture join them. Then the condition and say no election, but they see the people when they do all those things. So but you can never go on their mainstream media or their gutter media when you hear say they mention these people name. You go to hear IPOB say this one, IPOB publish this one, IPOB say that one. You can never see, they know the people when they do one. They see them, if they play the show, but they can never mention their name. See how this Nigerian state wicked reach. We go see say police spy person blood daylight when we see. If they want reporter, they go say allege, and there was phone when capture when police they pull this trigger. But when a rumor comes say IPOB I do this one or this thing get to do with ESM, you not go hear the word allege. You can never see that. You can never see that right up alleged. You go just say that you put on that IPOB ESM did this, IPOB ESM did that. But the one way we they see DSL burn down a community, Nigerian army burn, you can never hear. You're gonna hear allege.
Yeah,
so
hold it there. Let me come in here, please, my sister. If you see what is happening in Europe now, the Nigerian government have written the European Union. They are going country to country. They are going to Germany. One of our coordinators in Germany. They called him. They interviewed him. Do you know the question they asked him? The activities of ESN, that is ESN that is responsible for the claims in Biafra. The same thing happened in Austria as I speak with you a few days ago. And what they're asking that our brother, of course, they said that they know the truth. That is not ESN that is committing all this crime. And I added my brother, did you add them this security in the north, the train kidnappings, both in Edo State, is it IPO, ESN that went and do that? So that is number one. And let me remind us here, this topic we are discussing here, is just one, but it has A and B. The insecurity in Biafra land, and the B part of it is this. Why is the West only interested in Nigeria election, not Nigerian lives? Then we continue to ask, does Nigerian lives matter? This is one of the topics we are discussing now. As we are discussing, you take insecurity, you take the silence of the West. their interest in Nigeria election, not on Nigeria lives. Please let us make it at the same time. One.
Okay,
Mazi, thank you so much
hold on, yeah, okay.
Do we have time?
Contact South Africa for 30 minutes.
Yeah, I've done that. I'm trying to call. Okay, I'll do that. If I go on, while I'm doing that.
Go ahead,
Yes. So, Mazi, that will not be new something now. There has never been a time where we say, just say Africa at large. Not be Berlin, according to the history when we say our leader tell us, not be Berlin they consider when they share the whole of Africa. They show us like meat now. So we are more like, now modern day slavery now we did. We are in modern day slavery. We still remain that slavery. That when they say black slaves don't end, it not end in any way. They end in a more physical, brutal way. But this time around, now modern day slavery, when we say that they do it strategically. If anybody ask me, say, does Nigerian life matter to the Western world? It's no. They never show any remorse. Say Nigerian life matters. They never show any remorse. They never show any concern. They never show any green light when it shows say they won't nearly even see say whether Nigerian life matter. So now the thing whether they benefit in as far say the entity Nigeria zoo continue to exist. That is what matters to them. Whatever they say that they display for that place, so all those ones are just normal. Maybe say they not talk. So that is why people like us believe say freedom. This our freedom. Now our hand now be say a day. Wetin we dey do na normal procedure wey every civil freedom fighter go do. Now when it come be say there is no more option left for us, then now we fit contact reason otherwise. Because if we check this all very matter very well when it come to whether our life matters or not, you go check every other people wey don experience genocide. Is it that they are being compensated or in one way or two or other? Did they remember them? There's something when they say they remarkable when they remember those things. Whenever they see that thing, it could be like say their attention come down. But in the case of Biafra Nigeria, now our own then they sweep under the carpet. So when they say Nigeria, the Western world, they only they interested in the name Nigeria because of what the Nigeria they produce, not Nigerians. Because there is difference between Nigeria and Nigerians. Nigerians, the supposed Nigerians are the human beings when they live for inside. Why the name Nigeria? Now be the company when they produce those things will be say the Western world they need. So however the people where they live for that they live is none of their business. And Nigeria will continue to they exist or their company not continue to the function without the people when they live for inside will be the Nigerians. So our life no matter. And I not think say in the nearest future say our life will ever matter to them unless we ourselves prove to them say our life it dey matter. So now so it be Mazi. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, my beloved. Thank you, Adane. Thank you. You are doing well. Mazi Patrick, you can please 3 minutes, please. 3 minutes. You can Patrick, are you there? Comrade Patrick, can you hear? Okay, go on.
I'm here. Sorry, I'm here.
3 minutes, please. The security and does our life? Why are they interested in Nigeria election? Does Nigeria life matter to them? Thank you, the Western world. Thank you. 3 minutes, please.
Okay, let me just make it very fast. The issue of insecurity is a general issue in the whole of the zoo called Nigeria. Look at the east, west, north, and south. And why are people? The politicians are the ones creating this insecurity. First of all, because they are making money out of it. If you know the amount of billions and trillions that that is being marshaled out to governors as a security fund, you will know that you will see the reason why they need to create insecurity in their own state. Why politicians must continue to create? Because they gain, the more insecurity you have in your state, the more funding comes into your state. You know, that is number one. Secondly, I listened to people talking about people, some miscreants, because that is the right word to use, using the picture of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the way Gojuku, an idiot, to do no election in Biafra land. You see, these are just shenanigans. We have crossed that stage. Our people knows what is good for them. You cannot say no election and at the same time you are demanding for referendum. What we did was, over the years, to make our people understand that they have the right to boycott, not to make election, not to stand. You cannot say no election. Election is a political process. These are the same idiots who say they don't believe in political process, but they are also demanding for referendum. Is referendum not a political process? Now, how can you say no election but you want referendum? That is contradictory and stupid on their part. Now, we're talking about if the life of Nigerians. By the way, who is a Nigerian in the first place? Who is a Nigerian? Nobody is a Nigerian. So when you say if the life of Nigerians matter to the Western world knows that the life of Nigeria does not even matter in Nigeria. Because before you start telling outsiders to place value on your life, you must first of all place value on yourself. So how can you be telling foreigners to put value on your life when you don't even have, when Obiano was even paying $500,000, for Fulani who kill people, that the head of one Anambra state indigenous is $500,000. And the governor of a state. My brother, before you start calling on the Western world to place value on your life, how have your leaders, the so-called your leaders, placed value on you? These are the questions we should be asking ourselves. Let us be sincere to ourselves. Before you see that the life of an average American matter, because America places life on the life of their citizens. I don't know if I'm communicating.
Yeah, so we should not remember, Patrick. Do you remember what I would say? Before you kill any fly, you must kill him first. You know.
If the life of an average Biafran worth the life of a cow, we've even seen the Fulani come out to say that the life of one cow is worth life of 50 million Nigerians, because they know that nobody is a Nigerian. The only way that our life will start mattering is when we all divide the country and people start manning their space. When we all go back to our homes and go back to our regions and go back to our, to lead ourselves, that is when we start placing value on ourselves, start placing value on our lives and property. But as long as that name, that entity Nigeria remains, your life is useless. Mazi, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Thank you, my brother. We are going. Mazi, Judge Money, please. Can you speak up now? Mazi, Judge Money. Judge Money.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much for the second opportunity. I believe we are talking about the insecurity in Biafra land and the reason why our life does not matter to international community, to America to be specific, because the election of Nigeria matters to them more than every other thing. So, in that regard, what I have to say about the insecurity in Nigeria, it is that the insecurity in Nigeria, just like one of our comrades said here, is putting money in the pocket of all these criminals to call governor. That is number one. Insecurity in Nigeria is putting money in the bag of all the politicians, including terrorists, because they can go to IMF and say they want to borrow money to fight terrorists. It is easy for them putting that country in debt and in cursing the country, because it is your children who are going to live and be a beneficiary of those debts that they are accumulating in Nigeria. So now, eventually, they are using that insecurity, borrowing money, while using it to fund more insecurity in Nigeria, which is Islamic takeover in Nigeria. Terrorism that is ransacking Nigeria today, it is not a coincidence. It is as a result of, some of the Western interference and their agenda to make sure that they destabilize everything while milking our resources. Now, when you come to the Biafra land insecurity, they are doing what they are doing, just like our sister Omote Biafra, like what she said there, that they are trying to push a narrative that Biafra land, coastal region, and this so-called South, they are not part of Biafra struggle. That's why they are pushing all this insecurity in the southeast, as they may call it. So it is actually the truth about what they are doing. They are doing such things. While of course, we know that the infiltrators, this is how governments of any country try to. This is what they did to Boko Haram as well. When Boko Haram rise up, and they were only against Western education, if you will all remember. So they created a faction, and that faction became a terrorist today. And that terrorists overwhelmed Boko Haram because they were not formidable enough. That is what they did. They created this faction to counter IPOB, call them IPOB. And of course, they named themselves as well. Now, in that regard, they were trying to use them to tarnish the image of IPOB. That is the reason why you see, those insignificant people trying to be relevant, because they know that when they are relevant, they will be able to push every narrative. And because the reason why they are looking for looking for all of our comrades to show their faces is for them to sabotage them. These are the people that are their boogeymen. That they are, whenever they write, whenever they speak, the world will pay attention to it. So they are trying to stop that, so that they will actually use the voice that they are creating, or the image that they are creating, to promote insecurity in our land, which our media warrior, formidable media warrior, we have quenched that fire and we are done with it. We are moving on. Whether the Gota media is writing that it is IPOB, that is their problem. We cannot allow them to actually, push a narrative for us. We are big a fish to be caught with a penny hook. So we are now moving on. We are focusing on the things that will help us to thrive. The insecurity in Nigeria is being promoted by individual politicians according to how they want it to favor them. That is actually the way it is in Biafra land. So when you talk about the United States or the international community so eager or interested in a Nigeria election, without even being interested in the killing of the innocent people or the mass attacks on the families and the communities in Nigeria by terrorists, which is groomed by the same people they are planning to elect into office. Just like you may all know, 2015, Obama interfered in Nigeria election. After that, his killing and everything escalated. Just like you have seen it, they have come again, trying to claim they are pushing a narrative of must have a credible election. That Buhari, who does not have anything in his brain, whoever that is there, that he is known to conduct a credible election. All these things are just fallacy. They are using it as if they are using it to actually to see if they will bring our spirit down. And we are not calling on them to help us because we know they cannot stop where they are eating from. The only thing is that is the reason why we call what we are doing a campaign. What we are doing is a campaign, because whenever we will feel like we are done with this campaign, we take it to the next level. No one will say that they are taking unaware. Because what's happening, it is obvious that the whole international community, they have grown very complicit. Our life does not matter to them. What they are getting out of Nigeria politicians is what matters to them. So when we now take our future and our life and our destiny in our hands and take action that will make sure that our destiny is promoted, our future is bright, no one will blame IPO. I am going to leave it here for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Mazi Iyke, I'm trying to get to Socio, but I think you get back to me for Marianti. Let us go to Wada Marianti.
Just go ahead.
Okay. Wada, go ahead.
Yeah, Mazi Iyke, thank you guys for giving me another, the second round. That's what I call it. I'm going to kind of complete what I was saying. It eluded me at the time I was I spoke initially, because when you have a whole lot in your mind, some of them can elude you. Which is one of the factors. Yeah, one of the factors that I must add to the first argument I made is this thing that lives in Finland. Why? He told this part of the conspiracy of what I'm saying. He said that Biafra is coming. He gave sort of a timeline. Okay. Now all of a sudden he's pulling back. He began to pull back his argument that what he meant, that his people did not understand, because of course he's not talking to those who understand or us. That his people telling his gullible that what he meant was that was going to be the beginning of Biafra. I'm paraphrasing. That is not the actual coming. Now he is because I remember it when somebody mentioned Mazi, you mentioned the flyers they have printed where they have Ojuku, our Mazi Hamadike, and that bastard. Yes. He's part of the conspiracy.
1 minute, please, my sister. Mazi Iyke Socio has responded. He's not coming on air today. Thank you. I want to go on.
So we must, again, because I continue to say, let us pay attention, the sequencing of events, the utterances, and the timing. If you can match them, it begins to tell us a story. This story that is a magic, which in this case is propaganda, that the phase they're in right now. So now he's telling you that factor that was with the profiling I gave us. Now he wants to, his own job is really showing chaos in our system. That's the part, one of the major role he's playing. So now they go and bring Nigerian allows, whether it's Ojos or Carlo or Soludo, to Shorty Mazi, which is a crazy no. It can never happen, should not happen, because that means Mazi cannot go for his treatment. Mazi will again be in a house arrest, waiting for what. So that means the case is ongoing. That is the stupidity of what our law is doing. So that means Mazi's case is ongoing. It's not finished. Now they can, if Mazi was shorted before and put into the hand of Mazi Abaribe, and they came in to kill Mazi, what is it that will make anyone to believe that if Mazi is granted any kind of shorty or bail, which should not even be, I don't even know why I mentioned it, I tried to make an argument. What is the guarantee of the safety of Mazi Nnamdi? We must ask those questions. Because as far as Nigeria is concerned, Mazi can never be safe. Now, through the mix, which is what I'm going to call gasoline, of this foolishness, Eperima is initiating, that Biafra is going to come. Look at the timing, they're coming together. Within these 56 days, is that when they're going to release Mazi? And now they're going to start their confusion, because already he's telling you, remember he was the same person that had been barraging Soludo, calling him stupid and all that. All of a sudden now he's working in cahoot with Soludo. Oh, he's going to declare 2 days sit at home in solidarity for what Soludo has said. Pay attention, this is a puzzle we must put together. So now they're coming together, the gathering of the vultures, all the elements, they are beginning to converge together for one goal: destroy IPOB movement. Now, you bring out Mazi in shorty, Eperima starts his craziness, confusion starts, Mazi is eliminated. Go and pay attention. We must think about this. It's a possible scenario. Now, let me go to the security, it's insecurity or security thing. Why would the foreign governments care about my life, my safety, when the custodians of the security of our society are the ones perpetuating and carrying out this security? We must be honest to ourselves. Let us go back and listen to that fracas, the latest fracas between Okorocha and those Odimba. There were names that were mentioned there. There have been, you can find those names in other situations, even in Ejima's case. Chinas and Waneri. That is the person Ejima was supposed to call. Maybe just because they want to throw dirt on Mazi Iyke, they coined it Iyke. Even when you go and look at that thing, you will see when Ejima was mentioning the name, you can see the guilt on his face. He was not bold enough. He couldn't look at the camera. He said Chinasa-Nwaneri. It's Chinasa-Nwaneri because the same Chinasa-Nwaneri, his name came up at that fracas. Why am I connecting these two? If you go to that fracas of between Rochas and Uzodimba, there were names that have surfaced somewhere else, like Sampe. You people should remember that somebody like, not our own Sampe, there was one of the, when Nelly was throwing her tantrum, she mentioned that name, Sampe. Butuzo, Ejima mentioned him, but he called him like in Igbo name, in English name, the first or something like that. He was referring to the same person. What am I saying? And even in that guy that was streaming that in live, he mentioned another. He said Uzodimba brought his hoodlums. Something he said, Rema, something he said. I think he said occultic group. He said he brought them in, and then with the Nigerian military and police that he's using to perpetuate the criminality. I mean, what I'm trying to say, the answer to our questions are in plain sight. He said that even when they try to bring in the commissioner of police to let him know what he's saying, the commissioner of police will pretend that he's not aware. Meanwhile, this is something that's on social media. This is something that Uzodimba has been doing on and on and on. What am I saying? There is no way a foreign body or entity can come for your rescue when the custodians of your community are the ones carrying this genocide intentionally. And again, the people are walking like they don't care. The society, I'm not saying everybody, are still supporting these people, from the clergy to the leaders of the communities. So how can America, how can the United Nations come in and begin to barge into the affairs of Imo State, when the governor, even somebody in London, have we forgotten, try to give him, to arrange a fake or honorary degree to award to him? What am I saying? We are the problem. Because when we contrast it to what is happening in Yoruba land and Hausa land, somebody asked the question, why are we not hearing them? It is their own people that is clamping down on the news. It's their own people like Gumi and the governors are the ones making sure that when somebody commits a crime, or even a police is killed or a soldier is killed, just like Mazi Iyke, you referenced, the community is not being sacked and slaughtered. It's the responsibility of the leaders. Because it's the governors, even Uzodimba might have come out, to say, I am the one that invited the military. Even this particular Uzo Kanu that is trying to come and play nice, a couple of months ago, he said, I am going to bring the military to shoot everything in our bushes aside. He was referring to his people, he was turning to our community, he was turning to our young men and women, our mothers and fathers. Nobody said anything. And after he finished this, what did he do? He came and organized a kind of Igbo cultural affair. And the same people went there. What are we talking about? If I'm in a house and my husband is beating me up and I didn't raise an alarm, rather I'm there worshiping him, thanking him, why would an outsider come into barging? In a society where I live, America, even when your husband beats you up and you call 911 and they come in there and they ask you, do you want to press charges? If the victim says no, the system cannot press charges against the person. So if the people who are being slaughtered are part of because they are benefiting 1 or 2 naira, why do you expect an outsider to care for your life when you don't care about your life? Uzodimba is just one person. What is going on here? Now, let us remember, or let me call our attention, the phase where we are now. These who have tried to use sabotage to come in to decapitate the DOS, they couldn't. They began to go individually. That's when they begin to, when you call the names of Mazi Dozie, Mazi Uru, Mazi Kororo, even you. They've realized it was not holding any traction. The phase where they are now is propaganda. We must pay attention because some of us are still beating up.
Blackmailing too. You're using too.
Yes, propaganda is blackmailing. Propaganda is blackmailing. That's the latest. That's the phase where they are. We must open our eyes because some of them are still within us. They are within us. So I'm going to sound this alarm. Let us shine our eyes. Let us where we are now with a clear eye. It's no more. They have not given up. They have not given up. Anybody that claims to be, and we can't give up. We should not. Never. That's why I'm sounding this alarm. Anybody who calls himself or herself that they're in this game of restoration should have nothing to do with any of these opposing components. Be it autopiloters, be it Biafra, whatever, government in exile, no matter the name. Anybody who dies and whines or have anything to do with them, you guys must have your laser beam on that person. That's the phase we are. They are not done. They are not done. So the insecurity, unless we love ourselves, the black Americans, it was not the white people that came and began to chant the slogan or even developed it, Black Lives Matters. No. They were the ones that came up with it. They put the narratives. Before other people begin to come into their food. We must appreciate our lives as a people, as individuals, that understand that collectively we can stand. That one thing that must hold us as a glue is Biafra restoration. When we can come to that level of mental, computation, then we can challenge any other thing outside this confinement of Biafra we stand or Biafra we march on. That way we can save ourselves. Other than that, as long as they continue to use money, incentives to induce some of us, and then we become a willing tool or willing tools in the hands of these 10 people that want to exterminate and eliminate us, we have a long way to go. I'm going to rest here.
Thank you, my beloved. Thank you. Mazi Iyke, Comrade Iyke, you're welcome. I think Iyke, you have to make everything because we know your network is too bad. We are discussing the same insecurity in Biafra land and why the West are all interested in Nigeria election. And we begin to ask, does Nigeria life matters? Treat it at the same time, and they make a closing remark with the killing and the burn of a Catholic priest to death in Niger State. Reverend Father Isaac Achi of St. Peter and Paul Catholic Church in Kontom Koro Community, local government of Niger State. Mazi Iyke, please come in. Now you have a good network.
Mazi, thank you very much, and I want to apologize to my comrades.
No, we understand. Go on, my brother.
Yes, our network is very bad here in South Africa. South Africa is partially becoming Nigeria because it's low shedding here and there, and it's affecting the network. Anyway, Mazi, I try listening to my comrades. Hello, Marahera. It's been a long time, and
my dear brother, you're one of my pride. I don't know. I try to contact you. I'm not going to take a lot of it. I want to compliment you. Happy New Year. I try to contact you even when they have gave you a compliment, but you didn't pick up. I don't know what's going on with your line, but I understand the network is not.
I will explain.
No problem. It's good to hear your voice. I continue to watch your program. Keep up the fire coming. We love you all. Right. God bless.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. All right. So now, Mazi, you see, the killing of clergymen in Nigeria is not something that started today. It's part of that agenda. Christians have been targeted. The only president that have the courage to ask Buhari, why is Christians being persecuted in Nigeria? It's only my Donald Trump. I call him my Donald Trump because Donald Trump is somebody that I love him. I love him with passion. I love him so much. The only living president that have the courage to ask the president of Nigeria, why is Christians being persecuted in Nigeria? So the killing of Christians in Nigeria is not something that started today, and it's part of that agenda. So if Reverend Father or Bishop or Pastor or Reverend Sister is killed in Nigeria, it's not a news. It's not a news. You know, if it's in a place like America, by now, you will see people, you know, running around, moving, shouting, just like they did during the time of how do you call him, George Floyd in America. The whole world was on standstill just because of George Floyd. So the thing is, Nigeria. If Nigeria is a country that is still in the book of God, because God in heaven has book, there's a place He put the names of country, and if He say Ghana, you know the people of Ghana. If God in heaven say Togo, He can identify the people of Togo. But when God mentioned Nigeria, you will become confused because you don't even know who is in Nigeria. Yeah, number one, today I was arguing with some of my brothers today. Some of them were like they want to hear from me. And I asked them, can any of you, those of you who claim to be a Nigerian, can any of you tell me the meaning of Nigeria? One of them said, you know. I said, what's the meaning of Nigeria? He said, it's zoo now. I said, oh, so you are from zoo? He said, no, he's not from zoo. I said, so one who claimed to know much said that Nigeria is not a zoo. I said, okay, tell me the meaning of Nigeria. If you are doubting, you don't know the meaning of Nigeria. I asked them, every language, every country have their language. If you go to Ghana, you see people that speak Twi, and you see people that speak Ga. People from Accra, they speak Ga. People from Kumasi, they speak Twi. If you go to Mozambique, they have their language. If you go to Togo, they have their language. In Nigeria, tell me where you will start from. What is the central language of Nigeria? None. Nigeria don't have any language you can say this is the language of Nigeria. Simply because Nigeria is not a country. And it's not a country. There is no way, if you like, argue it from now till 10 years to come. Nigeria is just not a country. So, you know, when you live in animal kingdom, anything can happen. We are talking of Nigeria, where life of people don't matter. Not only Christians, including the Muslims, because some Muslims are being killed by these invaders, by these foreigners who come from Sahara to, you know, murder people, and the government will give them army and police to protect them. So the story of killing, Catholic priest, or I don't know if it's Anglican priest, I don't know which one. It's nothing. It's believe you me, it's just nothing. Because people have been killed, they have been killing bishops, they have been killing pastors, they have been killing Pope on Nigeria. Pope on Nigeria, but who knows? But they have been killing people. So it's normal. That's the reason why we are crying today. The Nigerian government is at the center of the insecurity we are witnessing in Nigeria. This insecurity. Don't think they don't know what is going on. Normally, no human being have the right to threaten that he or she will interrupt democratic process. But you see some people on Facebook threatening that they will stop the election, they will do this, they will do that, and Nigerian government will keep mute as if they didn't hear the person, simply because the person is their agent, and they are the people we call the agent provocateurs. So every killing, everything going on in Nigeria today, Nigerian government is aware of, just that they don't care. Once it's our people dying, they don't care. Once it's these people they hated so much, they are the one dying, they don't care. Once it's the people they have mapped out for total extermination, they don't care. Their own is let them die. After all, Nigeria belongs to them. So when we die, they will then fully inherit what they said belongs to them. So, in conclusion, the insecurity in Nigeria is kind of business. It It is a government business and it's booming because one of the richest person they have in Nigeria is a kidnapper in Nigeria. Very soon you will hear the same way they give people name Dan Kanu, Dan Castena, Dan. You will hear Dan kidnapper. Because in Nigeria, where you are a very fantastic kidnapper, you will be celebrated. Before you know it, you become governor. If care does not take you, even become president of Nigeria, just because you know how to kidnap. So the insecurity in Nigeria is a government business and is booming. But the only thing that I will tell the whole world in conclusion, those who are still having their conscience with them, those leaders of goodwill, I'm not talking of these evil people who want us all to die. It is time to wake up and say enough is enough to Nigeria. It is time to say no, this cannot continue. It is time to mandate the whole world to come together to divide this country, because the only thing that can save humanity in Nigeria is the division, total division of Nigeria. Once you divide Nigeria, you will see that there will be a better level. Fulani will not kill anybody again. Fulani will not rape anybody again. Fulani will not, all the pedophiles, they will go and put them one side. So any day you want to arrest them, you know you are going to the state of pedophiles. You know where you are going, or you are going to the state of suicide bombers. Anything that happened to you there, you will know that you are at your own risk. So divide Nigeria and save humanity. This is all I have to say. Amazing day one.
Thank you, my beloved Conrad. Thank you. Please, let's take 2 minutes and discuss on this issue. Mazi Evangelist Manabuchuku, please, over to you. And closing remark at the same time. As we are to make our closing remark at the same time. 2-3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. What I will speak on is this very, let me just...
The killing and the burn of the Reverend Father Isaac Achi in Niger State.
It is that thing our leader has been saying. That is that thing. They came to kill everybody and take over our land. So these people are the same. If you have when Mbaka was saying that people collected slots. So those of them that took slots from federal government when our leader was kidnapped, some of them are paying the price. You know, we know when they shot up, when they kill IPOB on 9th of February 2016 in National High School, and the Iguacha, and the Mbok, and the Emene, and the Onitsha, and Delta, by one commissioner of police, Aziz Mohammed Inua, and the Ebonyi State, and the evil Python dance. All of them were quiet. The bombardment of Esenodam and Akwa, they were quiet. All these priests. So I'm not happy that we are killed, he's being killed. But those that shut up when we are shouting, they call us miscreants. It will reach them. When our leader said Fulani is coming to kill you, they called us miscreants. Fulani started killing them. They didn't kill only us. So that is it. On my closing remarks, I am telling Biafrans that IPOB does not call for no election because we are self-determination and we are doing everything that legally. So now what we have called before for is boycott of election. It is different from banning that is ban election from your life. It is not done. Anybody you hear say no election is evil. What if we want to come into anything, we can decide we will not vote. It is different. It is different from no election. It is different. So anybody saying no election, that person is evil. Anybody with the poster saying no election, that person is evil. Because the person you cannot be asking for referendum and somebody will be saying no election. Referendum is by voting. So if we like it, we can use our referendum for whatever we want to do. So do not go closer to anybody saying no election. The person wants you to be killed. Because when they say no election, election, when the army and police come to your community, they will not see them. They will see you and kill you and say you are the one fighting the election. By then, you cannot see these people. You may clap for them, but when they come and Fulani is coming, they will still kill you. Thank you, Mazi. From here, thank you, from Biafra land.
Thank you much. Thank you. Mazi Iyke, please, on the tune of the Reverend Father and closing remark. Thank you. Mazi Iyke again.
Okay, I'm here. Okay, I'm going to speak on the killing of the Reverend Father and also make my closing remark. Okay, you know, the killing of Reverend Fathers, the pastors, and it did not start today. And the people behind this killing happens to be the
at the center, please import one guy on this poster going on in Enugu said and calling for no election on Biafra land. The leadership will not say so. Please go on.
Okay. So
okay, hold on. Okay, repeat what you just said.
Yeah, I told you about the flyer. We are discussing our last topic, the killing of the Reverend Father in Niger State, and at the center we pinpoint on this flyer that's ongoing in Enugu State by infiltrators are calling for no election in the Biafra land. The leadership will not say so. There's something like that. Right. We have to say so that our people will know. And anybody that's carrying that flyer, even in the church, even in the park, in the school, you are an enemy of Biafra. Whatever you see, take it like that. Thank you.
Okay. So the killing of the Reverend Father did not start today. The killing of Christians. You know, the Fulani herdsmen has been killing Christians. In fact, the killing of Christians has been the target of these people. But unfortunately, for a very long time, the Nigerian government have tried to remove the name Fulani herdsmen and replace it with bandits. And since they replace it with bandits, it seems as if the killers don't have name again. It's just like a criminal coming up to kill. But we know that criminals cannot just come out to kill. Criminals want to acquire resources and not just to waste or kill lives. It has been the Fulani herdsmen. We remember that one time in Benue State, two Reverend Fathers, they were in a money mass and they were killed together with 13 worshippers, including a small baby. And that was in Benue State. Then, some time ago in Abuja, we remember a female preacher that was preaching early morning, and she got beheaded, and nobody said anything.
And I can't call of them.
Yes, and also we remember
and the one that urinated near the mosque. Too many of the houses to mention.
Yeah, even the other time, a Senerian was kidnapped in Kanu, and he was also killed. Same thing in Enugu State. So all these things has been happening. It's quite unfortunate that whenever all these things happen, the church will refuse to talk because they think that it is not coming to them. But these things are coming to them, and it is time they stand up to talk. I don't think there are reasons why the church in the olden days brought out the crusades. They used it to stop the massacring of the churches in those days. So why is it that the churches in Nigeria are keeping quiet? Only for people to speak on behalf of the church. When the church have the voice to speak up and call a spade a spade. Why is it that the church have room, the church have the proof? Why is it that they are not calling to room for them to speak? Because they know that when they speak, they will validate what IPB have been saying. They will validate what Nnamdi has been saying. That the Fulani herdsmen is safe to conquer, to take over, and to squander everything. So that is it. So coming down to the poster being pasted everywhere, Biafrans must understand that the only channel of disseminating information is either through press release by the leadership or through Radio Biafra. So those posters being presented are just they are just doing it. Those people are the same people the infiltrators recruited to bring bad name to to the leadership. So that's why every person that loves freedom must understand that they are doing this in order to tarnish the image of IPOB, in order for them to set our land on fire. And when we are saying set our land on fire, they are going to kill. We are the same people that are going to kill, in order to say that these people are the ones doing it. So those, when you look at those lives they are going to waste when they are doing all this, because they are not doing this thing to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They are not doing this thing to, they are playing a mind game. They are playing a mind game. That's why I'm going to conclude by calling our people to understand that any politician calling for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to be released on bail by the federal government is playing a federal government script. They are playing a federal government script. They don't want to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, as the court said. They want us to accept the option of bail. And you ask yourself, how can we start talking about surety for a man that has been discharged by the appeal court? The federal government of Nigeria is looking for they are looking for a soft landing. They have set the ball rolling. And Soludo and Ojo Sokalo have just accepted to be the mouthpiece of the federal government, so that we can come down to start asking for bail for someone that is free. We cannot do this. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu must be released unconditionally, as the Court of Appeal has stated, and also as UN has called. We will never accept to be cajoled into accepting bail for a man that has been already discharged by competent. This is my stand, and I believe this is the stand of every reasonable person.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Judge Money TV page. Judge Money, you have closing remark and your take on this two issue, please.
Thank you very much, my great comrades that have joined us this program, and thank you for the organizers, and those who make things happen in IPOB, because without you guys, the enemy would have led us astray. Because even from the beginning, we didn't know, we were just watching until we find out the stronghold, which is called the DOS, and we will continue to support them until thy kingdom come, because our leader said so. If our leader said otherwise, so until our leader said otherwise. So, great and wonderful people of Biafra, I am still your humble servant, Judge Money, and we will continue to push this struggle until Biafra come, because we are formidable. We can never be compromised. So coming back to the insecurities and the killing of their Lord Bishop, their Reverend Father in Niger State, it is not a new thing. Just like my fellow comrade said, it is not a new thing. It is something that is happening, because remember, in every country that is this is a crusade coming to Nigeria, but people are undermining it. This is Islamic crusade that is coming to Nigeria. Remember that whenever there is crusade in the world, is Islam. They started the first crusade. They held the first crusade in the 7-something AD. So before even the rise of European crusade. So they are bringing it to us. We are witnessing gradual crusade in our own time. But the problem is that our people are not doing anything about it. That Reverend Father is an infidel, of course, to the Islamist belief. So that's why he must be killed. He must be burnt to death, so that he will never make it to heaven. As an infidel he is, according to the Islamist agenda. So, in this regard, the reason why they refuse to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, everybody should not forget that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu always see these things before they happen. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will always expose them before it happens. So that is the reason why they are holding him, and that is the reason why, like I said previously, that
they want to push a narrative so that even if they come to term of releasing him, it will be releasing him on bail. That is the narrative that these people are trying to push. So we must counter this narrative. We do not want any politician coming to tell us they will sortie our leader. We don't need sortie. The one, just like Madam Heather said, the time that this man sortied our leader, did he sortie his security? No. If not for the Chukwu Kikabiam, our leader was going to be among our ancestors today. We will be with our ancestors today. But he narrowly escaped death. And here we are again, talking about surety. No, we are not stupid. So in this regard, we don't need surety for our leader. We need Nigeria to obey their court order, in bold and in capital letter. We need them to release our leader. He has committed no crime. Act of terrorism has been committed against him, violating the international law and treaty of extradition process. So we are calling on the international community to know, and we are informing them that the reason why our leader is held in solitary confinement today, it is for him not to expose all this insecurity that is coming to Nigeria. The killing of a prelate, of those bishops, reverend fathers, all of them, it is as a result of Islamization, the new crusade that is coming to Nigeria. Because they want to come and take over our land. And that is the reason why we've been proactive, trying to move away from this land that they want to take and move into our land. Because our own is our own, my own is my own. And we continue to preach this gospel. There is no way we are going to stop. Nothing will change our mind. All we want is Biafra restoration. Regardless of who gets compromised along the line, regardless of the faction they created, regardless of no election they are preaching, just to validate what the criminal of Uzodema was narrating in the social media, which is called Ejima. We have distanced ourselves from all these shenanigans, and it will never distract us again. It will not distract us again. I am still your humble servant, Judge Money. We will continue to preach this gospel until we meet again. Thank you, my fellow comrade, Ikem Guru, Agumarian Heda, Omote Biafra, and all of our comrades that are here. Those, the one I didn't remember your name, please. I'm driving. I'm actually, trying to focus as well. I thank you.
Thank you, beloved. Thank you, brother. Mazi Patrick, he can please come ready. He can nothing like Patrick, 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Mazi. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the time. In fact, we spent a very long quality time here, and the time is worth it. I know that Biafrans must have gotten a lot of message, and they have been able to also understand some of the mysteries behind their ordeals, because our coming together here is to help unveil some of the secret of our enemies and expose them so that Biafrans will be able to understand and code and know what next to do. When Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was talking to us, he never stopped talking about the need to follow the leadership of this movement. He has always said it as if he knew that a day like this would come. He has always said it that if I'm not around, if eventually you don't see me, follow this leadership. He has made it in broadcast so many times, because these are people he has appointed, these are people he knew are capable to handle the challenges before us. And I know that Biafrans are very, very intelligent, wise, and obedient people, and every distraction coming on the way is part of the struggle. So that is why we call it struggle. It's not child's play. Why is it called struggle? Because it has to do with obstacles on the way. But it is also our duty to make sure that those obstacles are cleared so that Biafran can see clearer and have a direction of where they are going. We talked about Igbo politicians and governors using Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as a ticket for their political campaign, calling for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, calling that Ojo Kanu said that they should hand it over to him as a boy, that is, so he will keep, the way he said it, let me keep him. Give it to me, let me keep him. That is as he says, as a child, let him keep him in his house. You know, so that you'll be feeding him, clothing him, when he wants to use the toilet or bathroom, you will take permission from all Jews. That is insult, you know, so when he wants to use toothpaste in the morning, all Jews or Kanu will cut small toothpaste to give up. You know, then in one small room, they will give him in all Jews or Kanu's house. They will determine when he eats, how he feeds, and you know, just like a houseboy. Maybe at some point, sure, they will even restrict him to start washing plates in the kitchen. Biafra. And people are, his own siblings are commenting, thanking Lord Jesus Okalo and Chukuma Soludo, so that Chukuma Soludo will keep our leader in the Anambra State Government House in Oka. Then he will be sweeping the compound in the morning. Because they have to give him a rod to play now. Maybe they will give him, you know, to be cutting grass behind the government house in Oka. And you see someone like a learned lawyer Jimaka, even appreciating it, you know, thanking Soludo for standing surety. The same lawyer Jimaka is the one who came up with the famous extraordinary rendition. The same person, and he used that extraordinary rendition to win victory, and today he's handing the victory back to the enemy. Is it not a thing of shame? And you want us to keep quiet? You know, so it's not an issue we'll end discussing in this topic. We'll come back on it because it is something we cannot stop talking about, my brother.
Yeah, Mazi Patrick, all of us here, and all the all IPOB media, all of you bloggers, it's a topic we cannot relate upon.
And it's not a topic for one day. We have to keep talking about it. Yes, because people need to pick up this point and when people are stupid, we call them out for their stupidity. So that is it. As for burning of killing and burning of Reverend Father, you will talk as if we don't know that there is a jihad going on. When Reverend Fathers are being killed, when Christians are being attacked, it is an applause for the jihadists, and it is also part of the reason for Muslim to establish Islam. So how do you do that? They do it in two phases, through political and violence means. The Boko Haram is on the military angle, while these politicians are on the political angle. They are all pursuing the same thing. So it's no longer a news like our brother said. It can go that Christians and Reverend Fathers are being killed. But the unfortunate thing is that it is the same Reverend Fathers who stood against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and called him Antichrist when he was telling them they are Fulani herdsmen. Because of them are desperate for one Nigeria. You know, because that is where they are making the money, because they need the live population to make the money through tithe and offering. Not considering that you also have to secure your life to be able to even make money. Today, that Reverend Father in Niger State had been killed, burnt down, and the church destroyed because they want one Nigeria. You know, so these are the consequences of blind people in an environment where they have refused to see the light. Mazi, I don't even want to dive into so many other issues to save time. Exactly. I hope that by next they will be coming back.
You made it, my brother.
But I want to thank Biafrans. for listening to us, because I know Biafrans all over the world have taken their time to listen to us today. I want to thank Mazi Iyke, who have, in fact, I know that our timing with people in the US who are in this forum does not correspond. Maybe they are very late night or it's not convenient for anybody, but they are making the sacrifice. Why? Because of the love for our people. I want to thank them for that love. I want to thank each and every one of us. And until I see you guys again, dear friends, my name remains Mazi Iyke, Patrick Iyke. Have a wonderful day, evening, morning, and night, wherever you might be. And God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, beloved. Thank you. One Omote Biafra, before Madam T concludes it, Omote Biafra, give us your closing remark. Omote Biafra, FL. If are you there? If you are not there, what Madam T, please give us your closing remark as well as your take on this the killing of the Reverend Father and the flight going on. Just brief, 2-3 minutes, please. Let us round up by 6 o'clock. It's 3 hours now. Thank you.
Mazi, quickly, I mean, the flyer, I think I read that flyer that people should not pay attention that. Yeah, so I'm going to start with the killing of the Reverend Father. This is not the first, it's not the second, it's not going to be the last. But Mazi, again, I continue to say, we must search ourselves. We must be honest to ourselves before we begin to invoke people or call people to come to our rescues. Okay? So the Christians have been killed. It's not a new thing. It has been an ongoing thing. Even as individual, as community, the Owo massacre, the Reverend Fathers, the other clergy people in the northern part of the country, even sometimes they begin to make inroad toward the south, which is the Owo massacre. Can we ask, where is the Kanu as a body? What role have they played in condemning this action? They are supposed to be the defenders of Christ, according to them. So what have they gone on a protest to say, no, federal government, why are you allowing us to be killed like this, like animals? Rather, they will be the ones. We saw some of them. Some people claim they were fake. Some people claim they were not fake. Who lined up at Tinubu and these guys at Shitimas when they inaugurated whatever, when they were picked up? Was it not the same body of Christ, the same Christians that went and said they were solidarity with them? Because if we got to be honest, I continue to say we must be honest to ourselves. You're asking somebody to come and help you. Meanwhile, you are part of what is going on against you. Now, can we flip this argument? How many times has any one of us heard that a mosque was burned down in the south or in Biafra land? If it ever happens, in fact, the whole Imo state will be wiped out, because it will be the same Christians, the same Christian leaders and the governors, and even some Christians will start saying, "Oh, let's leave, let everybody live in peace. Jesus is for peace." They will be the one that will bring the military to come and slaughter that community. Where are the Christians? Where is the body of Christ that's supposed to be one? You have an organization called CAN. You have the Pentecostal one. You have all of them. That are GOs. Individuals who claim to be the flag bearer of Jesus Christ. Have they even made a statement? The answer is no. Now, I'm going to talk to my brother Ikenga with all due respect. Because I've always had one or two of us trying to talk about Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not a Christian. He doesn't even believe, he's never been in church before. So what Donald Trump did at that time, Donald Trump is a master in playing to one's emotion. He was playing to Nigerian community, the Igbo communities, the Christians in Nigeria. That's what he was playing. He played to that time because he was playing for them. He was playing into their emotions because of the next election. Everybody in America knows that Igbo people. There's a large community of Igbo people here and Biafrans. So, and most of us are Christians. That was what Donald Trump. He didn't say it because he really cared about the killings of the Christians in Nigeria. Because if he was concerned, so what action did he take? Talk is cheap. That's what we say in America. What action did he take? Even what has been going on since he left, has he even made a state? Even Tony Blair at least came out and made establish where he stands with Nigeria. Why can't Donald Trump? He hears everything. Has he come out to say, hey, what's going on? When I was in, so let's not, I want my people to stop being emotional, because for anybody to understand the policy of America or the Western people, why it looks like they don't care, because everything that is happening is playing into their own game. I'm going to invoke what is called, and I will advise us to go and read it. There is something called the Monroe Doctrine. The Monroe Doctrine was crafted in December 1823. It's called the European powers, according to Monroe. We are obligated to respect the Western Hemisphere and the United States sphere of interest. You can go and read it. What the Monroe Doctrine is talking about. There was a gentleman that came on the program, this program I anchored with Mazi Jonathan a couple of months ago, and he called it and pointed it out. I went and studied it. Monroe Doctrine is an agreement between these superpowers, especially America, Canada, Britain, and all that, that anywhere they have interest outside America, Northern America, in fact, their interest, they should take it to outside America. Anywhere one of them have interest, that the other people should not intervene. And that other European countries should not intervene when America begins to deal with South Americans and people like Cuba. It's like, go and read it, it's on internet. So they can come and they're not daft. They're not that they don't know what is going on in Nigeria. They know. But as long as Britain's interest is still in Nigeria, America cannot do much. If there's any entity that can do anything, it may be UN. Which we're going to fight for it, for them to do what they're supposed to do. They know what is going on. Is this Monroe Doctrine? Go and read it, study, and know what is happening to you before you begin to play on somebody's emotion. They just don't care. But moreover, America is not a Christian country. They're not a Christian country, they're a secular country. So I'm going to leave that one there. So, what I'm trying to say is this. Where are the Nigerian Christians? When a clergyman is being killed in this manner, you don't hear a word. But now you're expecting somebody, have they petitioned Rome? But every day people go to church on Sundays, on Wednesdays, and contribute money. You take it to Rome, you take it to wherever they call Holy Land. But the people's lives are being wasted. Nobody is saying a thing. In fact, the leader and the elites are part of the people creating this mess. Can you tell me when a mosque has been attacked or burnt in the Biafran land? It can never happen.
No,
instead, I'm going to finish up now. Instead, the governors are the ones giving them land to build the mosque, finance them to build the mosque, protect them. Some of our leaders are coming and say, before you kill a Fulani man, you first kill me. Can any Fulani man make that assurity for you? The answer is no. So let us go back and realize that we have been surrounded. Look at every military cantonment in Biafra land. We are occupied territory. We must know that. We have been occupied. The only way of escape is what? Biafra coming. And that is why anybody trying to play games, political games, with Mazi's release, that person, it is dead on arrival. Just like my brother, I'm glad he referenced that because I was about to say it. Our lawyer Jumako, Master Prophet, was running around the social media, calling him the extraordinary rendition man. He was doing that. He's on social media promoting him, saying that he was the one that brought it. Lawyer Jumako won a case in Oma here on this extraordinary rendition. Look at how twisted his mindset is. Now he's the one promoting that Mazi should be granted bail. What is a lawyer Jumako doing? That's how twisted this conspiracy is. You guys have a good day. God bless you all.
Thank you, beloved. Thank you. Almighty Biafra, please, in 2 minutes, summarize and then make a closing remark that I said.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank everybody, the Ine them, the Mazi them, and my fellow comrades. Mazi, before I go, just quickly give my closing remark. Make I first of all just pull this word. Make I just first of all talk this one. this statement when in Maria Aida they emphasize on, so when it get to do with Christians for Nigeria to be precise, and it get to do with mosque. After this statement, because this broadcast when they do so, they listen to us, the DSS, the zoo government, they listen to us. When I go see and say they go arrange now, they'll go start to the by themselves, they bought mosque for Biafra land, so that they will get something to talk about. That one I'm setting. Maybe not in 1 or 2 weeks time, that one will happen. Now, everything will be say it they happen for Nigeria when it get to do with this Nigeria, especially all those clergymen. Now for blood daylight, now we see can leader 5 times and they give am for neck for inside hole. If we they call or they believe on only international body to come do one for us, we will continue to cry, we will continue to they call, nobody they come. Now people when the thing they affect directly, now they go feel about this thing, because these people are no more human being than anybody in that place. And also they get sophisticated weapons. They don't also get monopoly over killings. They don't also get monopoly over burning down of church. They don't get monopoly over anything. But the problem of the zoological republic, now this their sentiments, this their the inability for them to stand and face that challenge will be say if they face them, for them to confront her with what they need to take confront that present that situation. So if they wait for any international body to come do anything, they go wait forever. Nobody they come, because if it they happen for Spain, I'm not sure say they will call Nigerians, make they can't do one for them. If it they happen for Germany, I'm not sure say they will call what they call and they call Nigeria, make they can't do one for them. They say the children of God suffer violence, and the violent one, and they will take her by force. So if the Christians are being killed in Nigeria, let the Christians in Nigeria stand up. The last time I checked, Nigeria is a secular state, yes, but even Christians they more populated than Muslims. So what would they talk about? They say they must stand up on their feet and confront that thing when they confront them, because today now that pastor that clergyman when they be said that, so tomorrow go see another one. Even those among those clergymen, when no one raise alarm, when no one talk, so one of them can still be victim tomorrow. The one when they bought to ashes, so no say now he go be victim that this on Sunday. So maybe when it happen to others, he also quiet. So if you happen to Mr. B, you not talk. It go happen if you go see happen to you will be Mr. A. That one about the way, Mazi, make I use this one to them up. Concerning this what they call it, what did they happen for America when it get to do with Donald Trump? You know, say all of us since how many years, the years when Donald Trump tested for power, all of us we witness am. We know say we not there for America, but we dey see many things where we say the time of Donald Trump, it dey play out for this world. Not be something where anybody want sugarcoat or want try to cover up. Since when Donald Trump don't come up for president for America, we don't witness how many Christmas. And I don't see the way and pattern where we say they don't celebrate Christmas for America. Since when Donald Trump they come out for America, now they come out Nigeria for Christian the highest country where they persecute Christians. We go fit count on and on and on and on. The present government today for America will be Democrats. Now they be together with the Britain. Now they be the problem where they face for this world. Whether anybody like it or not, you see Democrat and this present government where they so now they put up Obama, the time of Obama, now the massacre of Benue State starts. Now Boko Haram start. Obama is a Democrat. You see all the evil when they happen for this world, it they generate for that American and that they are Democrat, and together with the British, all of them are the same thing. So we know what they play. Nobody go fit cover anything or defend anything where we say it get to do with individual in America in that place. So now this one now say make I just still add to my own. I mean my closing remark. I thank every Biafrans when make up their time to listen to us today, or to go see you again some other time. All hey Biafra. You don't know Mazi. Thank you so much.
Biafra, before we go out, Biafra all about the world. Don't forget that the Friday 20th, Machinata will be on air. Please, media, tag it to your wall, broadcast it, let people see it, and let people continue to listen. Mazi Iyke, we appreciate you. You are giving us more than 3 hours today. Next week we'll be meeting here again, same time, same channel, same platform. Biafrans, stay focused and let your eye be on that ball. Don't lose guard. Continue to follow the leadership. Mazi Iyke will leave you here. I will say goodbye to all of us here. Not on Monday one.
Thank all of you for the good presentation, and we'll do it again next week. And
thank you.
Will be more like I said, days we change every day and we improve. So
of course,
yeah, thank all of you for the good program, and
thank you, beloved. Thank you, comrades.
Kudos to all of you.
Martin, thank you.
Love all of you.
Thank you. We meet again.
This is the end of the panel's program, and before I get off the air, I kept kind of quiet for them to air what they have in their file, and there's nothing you've not heard that didn't come from here. I've said them in many occasions. On many occasions, we are the victims. We've been victimized by other people, but the worst thing we can do is victimize ourselves. And those barometers, all that point to those scenarios, have been exposed. We play politics with ourselves to our own detriment. What shouldn't be politicized is politicized. Who are we playing politics for? Those that will dominate and eliminate us. We don't know when to call it, to say I quit. All the points made about Soludo and Ojo Zokalo point to one thing. Do you know who I am? I can do this, I can do that. But you cannot condemn the atrocities being committed on your people. As a matter of fact, you aid and abet by giving them land and sanctuary. What are the roles of these governors? There we go again. I point to our inability to hold them accountable. We are afraid of them. If you are afraid of somebody, you avoid that person. You cannot be afraid of somebody and you embrace that person. It is not practicable. If you are afraid of somebody, you build a wall. That is why when you build your mansion, you put your wall and your gate, because you don't want people to come in, the unwanted, the uninvited. If you can do that, why can't you do the same when you are being threatened, when you know a potential killer right before you? Instead of building wall and avoiding, you open your gate. Common sense need to prevail. We don't have to pronounce everything in public. Those that have agenda against you have the agenda and the way of implementing them. You that have been victimized, over 4 million to 5 million of you eliminated, and you are calling the international community, and then you go say come and help you, and at the same time you are playing politics with them. We are boycotting this election. Let them conduct the election. Let them hold it. Referendum is our priority. We are going to boycott that election. Don't mix the two. The election will hold. We are going to boycott it. They cook the food for you. Don't stop them from cooking the food. Are you going to eat it? No, I'm not going to eat it. That's what it is. Referendum is our priority, not election, not voting. Conduct the election, that's fine. We, the oppressed, we that have been targeted for elimination, we will not bring fire that will be used in roasting us. Let common sense prevail. And we'll be off the air half the hour, 15 minutes from now. So I'll give you these 15 minutes to reflect on what you heard. If you are capable of doing that, to do it. But I know that 15 minutes from now, at half past the hour, I will go off the air. The call number is +1 484 767 0848. +1 484 767 0848. Live broadcast from Radio Biafra USA. Tomorrow, Ndengwa will be with us. So, I know you've been deluged. A lot put in your ear, and that's the way it's supposed to be. We say much, and we bring you to up to date to know who is your friend and who is not your friend, to know who stands with you and who is not standing with you. That's the way we do business. Don't let people talk you into things you don't want to talk about. Now the posters you're talking about, once I get on the air, I can't easily access some information. So I go with the information I have already, unless there's something emergency that can shift me from my program. Presenting Dimo Dmegojuk Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Ekba on the Berima is an insult to Ndibo, to Biafrans. If you don't see it that way, look at it that way. When they make all these their political chants, they have a reason. Mazi, welcome.
Good evening, sir.
There were.
Fellow Biafrans and lovers of freedom around the globe, this is Mazi Iyke. I'm calling from Russia Federation. Mazi, from the beginning, that is in the group this program this evening. And Masika goes on Nile, especially when I work foreign. I want to make a non Biafra, but to church, this great family, honor, even on your Bromia. We in a name and by Diego, in a name and by Diego, and Niego, now auto, Incoa, Menendim Madden, by Rubia. The Igbo governors and other politicians.
Yeah, Mazi, please make it general language, English.
Yes, everybody has seen that all our Igbo politicians, they are like they're just like toothless dogs who can only bark but they cannot bite.
was coming to see the voting, how to do voting happen, especially for the past 2 weeks now that the two governors in the Biafran land have offered themselves to be shorty for our leader. Then if you watch yourself, Soludo is a professor. And then the other, the first person that they also of is the ex-governor. So if you watch what you get that here will just okay, that is this is like a game. The Fulani their slave masters have told them just to come and test. Let's let them make decision to see our reaction. To see the action of Biafra, just like us, they used to come and kill our people in our land. They first send the first set of people with with cow, and when they kill people in our bushes, and then there will be no reaction, there will be no decision. Then now they will come in a large number. The same thing, the same thing. That's what they're repeating in sending these two politicians now to make statement of having to shorty our leader. Because now the discharged and acquitted, the competent courts have decided they're not comfortable with it. They are not comfortable with it. They are looking for a soft landing. They want it in their, that is it, the way that it will favor their thing. And they can only use the foolish Igbo, so-called Igbo governors. Among all these people that have offered to Shotin and Kanu, is anybody from Yoruba land? Is anybody from Fulani? Is nobody from the north? Is Igbo. If you watch the whole people, even the army spokesman, Igbo, Navy spokesman, Igbo, DSS spokesperson, Igbo. Our people we just used to be that. Always, I don't know what is wrong with our people. That a man cannot reason. That is, somebody will spend years in school and yet is an illiterate using you. Why should they be only spokesperson in all the offices? Why can't they be? Why can't they ask themselves? Why don't these people put us at the hem of a film that we can be decision makers? When they have committed all the atrocities in Biafra land, they will call the man to come and make a statement, and they will come. Both police, both army, both everywhere that you don't saw the spokesperson in this from our people. And yet they don't have conscience. They don't even think. Why are these people putting us forward to talk on their behalf, in their favor? Why all the journalists in Biafra land, they cannot even report what is happening in our land because of fear? Somebody, even the other day, a brother was talking that he called a radio station. That is to ask them some question concerning what is happening in our land. They won't allow him to talk. So if you watch the whole thing, my brother, what is happening in our land, you see that our people, our politicians have sold us completely, and they have sold their conscience, and that's why what is happening in our land is happening. But their nightmare is the IPOB. This generation of IPOB, this generation of IPOB, in their lifetime, they never dream that they will have people like us. And we are telling them that all the games they play, even if the more 20 people come to show you our leader, the people are wasting their time. Because the more they are wasting their time, the more they are delaying, the more danger is coming to them. Because if they know the anger that is in our hearts, if they know what is coming, if anything happens to our leader, that is, they will not even waste time to listen, because this nonsense is too much. So Mazi, I know that your time is very short, and thank you for having me. May Elohim bless you, and also continue giving more grace to continue serving our mother.
Yeah, well, thank you
for having me. I'm saying from here.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I have 7 minutes to go. The call number is +1 484 767 0848. +1 484 767 0848. Live broadcast from Radio Biafra USA. 6 minutes time we will be up the air. This is what we experience. We ought to be masters for our own safety. That's the way we look at it. Caller, your name and where are you calling from? Mazi, your volume, you're very far away, very far off. Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, Mazi. Good evening from here. I am man, Biafra. I am man, Biafra. I'm calling from United Kingdom. Just a suggestion, just come back from Biafra land. So, because, and I heard that we should boycott the election. So my suggestion is, if we are going to boycott the election, let us start the campaign now, because all of them are hope. All their hope is in Peter Obi. They just they take our struggle, put it aside. That one they put it as a second. In case if we be failed, all of them will come back for Biafran struggle again. Of which I know that Mr. B is not going anywhere. So my suggestion is, let us start the campaign of no election in Biafran land on time, because there's nothing you will do. Our people will not come out and vote for Peter B. This is only my suggestion. God bless you, Mazi. Bye-bye from here. Bye.
I understand I understand exactly what you are saying, and we are trying to differentiate between election and boycotting it. Those that will vote will go and vote. Those that will boycott will boycott. About the campaign, we're going to start our own campaign about referendum. So we are not sleeping, and we are not taking anything for granted, and we are not going to leave any stone unturned. We're going to do everything with immediate release of our leader, Mazi Iyke. That is our priority, and that is where we rest any argument we are making. Caller, your name and where you calling from.
Hello, yeah, I had a man from my location. Mazi, I thank you. And the media warriors that get God bless and continue to guide them one of us. Mazi, the issue they treated is very nice topics they treat this afternoon. What we are saying, the Soludo and George Zokalo, that is playing ignorant of, as like they didn't know how our case is going on. These people, although he's a professor, so I believe that he's supposed to know more than us. For goodness sake, he's a professor. Then he wants to tell us that